Dr. B, the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Take this because it's dangerous to go alone. Our whole mission is to educate people on mental health matters and destigmatize mental health issues to make it just a thing people do. Now, you know what? I'm going to close the door so I look like I'm a professional here. But yeah, let's Take This has been doing what we do since 2012, and one of the ways we educate folks is through panels like this. And let's meet our absolutely fantabulous set of panelists. And if y'all would just take a moment and introduce yourselves, let's go clockwise, starting with Dr. J.
Hello, and thank you all for having me on the show. I'm Dr. J. I'm a comic book enthusiast. I am a forensic psychotherapist. I'm active duty with the United States Public Health Service, clinical professor, and just really glad to be here. I have crossed over into the world of gaming and just getting my feet wet. So I am not a pro by any shape, form, or fashion, but I'm excited about getting a couple podcasts started that will focus on gaming and mental health. And so I'm glad to have a voice here and be here today.
But we're glad to have you here. And coming from more from the mental health professional side, Adam Davis, if you want to introduce yourself.
Thank you. My name is Adam Davis. I'm one of the founders and executive directors of Game to Grow. We're a 501c3 nonprofit organization that uses games of all kinds, but most especially Dungeons and Dragons and other role-playing games in therapeutic groups. We will break 100 clients a week this coming quarter. We serve internationally, helping people become more confident, creative, and socially capable playing role-playing games. And I've been doing this for now about 10 years. So I'll be talking about that on this panel.
That's awesome. That is absolutely spectacular. Continuing in the clockwise fashion, Rafi.
Hey everyone. So my name is Rafi. I'm president of NYC Gamers. Our mission is to uplift the narratives and experiences of LGBTQIA+ gamers and folks throughout the gaming community. And some ways that we do that is by hosting local events, partnering with sibling organizations throughout the United States and beyond, and attending several conventions and events where we can do further outreach and increase visibility for our communities.
Yay! And y'all do some great work in the Diversity Lounge at the PAX events, which like we're having here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if it wasn't for the Diversity Lounge, I probably wouldn't even be at the platform that I'm at now.
Shout out to Kyle Stephen Porter, the organizer of the Diversity Lounge. And finally, last but not least, Genesee.
Hi, I'm Genesee Gray, Communications Manager at game publisher Good Shepherd Entertainment and host of the Gray Area podcast, where I talk to developers about their inspirations and mental health in the gaming industry, and run roughly a dozen communities or so. This is my cat, Freddie, who has decided to join us to keep my mental health at a good state during this panel.
Oh, we love furry friends. I hear that the internet hates cats and dogs and all sorts of things like that. It never goes over well. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of comments about, Fluffy! And again, I'm Dr. B. I'm a doctor of clinical psychology, and I've been the clinical director of Take This for nearly 5 years. And on top of that, I also teach clinicians and teachers how to use things like Dungeons and Dragons therapeutically, and I play with Adam Davis on a streamed RPG game called Clinical Role with all mental health types, and we just have all sorts of fun. But let's dive right into this, gang. This panel is all about breaking the stereotypes of gamers as antisocial, shut-in, living in the basement in perpetuity. That we hate that stereotype, but I'm curious, what are all of your favorite bad stereotypes of gamers as socially inept? Anybody can jump on in with this one.
I love this. No one says a word.
I just-
Let's
Yeah.
talk about how we're all actually very social. Who would like an answer?
I just don't want to go. I just don't want to go first.
I'll go ahead and
Go,
start.
go.
Please,
So,
please.
when I think of like a bad stereotype that amuses me, I think a lot about how the social norms around gaming and gamers is heavily gendered, right? There's this encompassing, like, ongoing stereotype of it being like cis white men, um, maybe not the most hygienic, maybe not the most um, inclusive conversations that are had around that. It amuses me because I go to all these gaming events and there's very limited people that actually look like that. And I think it's ridiculous that we're in the year that we are now. And still, whenever I try to look for that, visibility and inclusion on a lot of mainstream media platforms, I often don't see myself reflected in the media and in the platforms that are provided, right? So I think that it's interesting how this stereotype has been around for so long, even going back to like old school D&D stereotypes. We were talking about like the guy in the basement, right? The reclusive folks, right? And yet, everything that's gaming in my life has been so extroverted, and it's been centered around folks who are, Black trans women, who are disabled folks throughout my life, being LGBTQIA plus, right? I wouldn't be the gamer I am today were it not for my communities uplifting me.
Boy, just
Rafi,
coming
I
in
totally
strong right
agree.
off the bat.
Absolutely. I gotta say, man, I am so tired of being asked to heal every single time I join a game just because, like, I'm female. I am much better as a tank. I am much better as a DPS. You don't want me to heal. You really don't.
Well, building on what Rafi was just saying around the anti-social gamer, all the games that I play, both professionally and personally, are interpersonal. Like, you have to be social to play a lot of the games that are now the games that we play. Like, you literally cannot play Dungeons and Dragons by yourself. You can read the books and memorize the rules, maybe learn about the lore, but in order to play, you have to be with other people. And one of the things that's great about games like Dungeons and Dragons, or whatever kind of RPG you might like, is that they reinforce positive and pro-social behaviors in a way that it's hard to actually be someone who gets invited to games if you're not social. Like, that's one of the things that is true. And Raphael, this as the way that we use Dungeons and Dragons or other those games in a socially helpful context is because they're post-social environments. It is exactly the opposite of being an isolating or antisocial activity.
Yeah, I will echo that aspect, especially now in 2020. Back in the 80s, I'm dating myself, but back in the 80s, the idea was, you were in your basement. There was this scrawny guy who, was probably chalk white. When they came outside, they were like, he never got sun. We didn't know who he was. Who's that kid down the street, kind of thing. But that is so long ago. That is not what gaming is today. That is not it probably wasn't what it was back then either, but that was the negative stereotype that we had. And so I'm so glad that we have these outlets now. And again, remembering the idea, I can remember parents saying, get off the video games. You're never going to make money doing that. Kind of a different situation today, right? How many folks are out there making money on video games or something along the lines with gaming and the gaming industry? How large a share that it's out there now? I look at those stereotypes and I cringe when I think about it. And Genesee, you mentioned the idea of females being, so the stereotype that girls don't game, period. Or if you were a girl that game, you were a certain kind of girl, and so I think a lot of that is blown out of the water now, or at least I hope it is.
Well, and it
Some
strikes
people
me
assume.
that, oh, please.
Oh, sorry, Dr. B. If you're, I mean, I think the average age of a gamer is 32 now, but people still seem to assume that if you're a person who plays games that you should be, below 22 or something like that. And if you're playing beyond that, then there's something wrong with you and you somehow have an issue interacting with society, and that you should grow up and, find something real to do with your time, as though it's not like a legitimate way of, interacting with people or a legitimate hobby to have. I think that's pretty prevalent.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and I'll just even kind of beat that up a little bit. I'm a guy in my mid 40s, and I'm literally, I'm a guy who rides motorcycles, who is out there doing a lot of pro-social, in-your-face kinds of things. I'm active duty. I play sports and things like that, and I read comic books. And one of my highlights right now is I'm building a new computer system to game and to do something in gaming. And it's an awesome hobby. And no one would ever come up to me and say, well, what's wrong with you, right? Why are you doing that right now? And I'm so glad that that's a different perspective today, and that that's something that's a thing. It's a real thing.
Well, and I wonder if we can even, breaking this away from just the strictly game stereotypes, we can even break this to, we can expand this outward to fandoms as a whole. I mean, when we think about it, conventions began as a way for people with, at the time, niche hobbies to find each other, to connect. John Peterson goes over this really in detail in his exhaustive book about the history of tabletop RPGs, Playing at the World, that the first Gen Con was a way of people who largely communicated via mail to meet up together. So, this is comic books, this is Star Trek, this is tabletop RPGs, this is all sorts of things for people to meet and explore mutual interests. So I within that, we all work with the public in various ways. We all encounter public perception of games, gamers, geeks, fandoms. What are the concerns about all of these things as an antisocial activity you most frequently encounter?
Well, I think that's the word. It's antisocial. You're spending too much time with yourself, and you're alone. And with you being alone, you're not going to build the skills that you need to that are transferable to a job or society. Those are the biggest things I heard. Again, with parents saying, why are you playing those games? It's not going to amount to anything. You're killing your brain cells. that was actually said multiple times. You're going to kill your brain cells. That's so many jokes about that. Sorry, I digress. But that just that key word of antisocial, and that's not going to transfer. What you're doing is not transferable to society and helping you become something of importance or contributing to society.
Boy, I think that's going to be news to all of us. That games can't be a career and can't contribute
Right.
meaningfully to society in some way. But so what about the rest of you? What are the biggest concerns that you hear in your interactions with the public?
So in the work that I do, my interactions with the public tend to be limited because people reach out to me. So I don't do a lot of like cold calling or anything like that and trying to give my pitch. Most of the time when people want to learn more about the organization or the work that we do, they reach out to us. So there's sort of a selection bias there, but there is still sometimes some degree of hesitance from parents around some of it. So for example, I talk about Dungeons and Dragons a lot. It's sort of where I cut my teeth, but Game to Grow also runs Minecraft based groups. And sometimes parents are still kind of a little bit curious about how Minecraft or other kinds of video games can support social interactions. And so I do sometimes have to sort of puncture the concern around that. And when I have someone come into one of my groups who is just really exhaustively excited about Minecraft, I can put those participants together and kind of seed conversation between the two of them by doing a little bit of wingmanning around dropping some hints about Minecraft, and then watch them cross-pollinate, and then relationships are formed. So even if you are playing this game by yourself, when you can then use that shared excitement and shared language, then you can build community about the things that are exciting. And that's how we form friendships, is through connecting over mutually interesting and mutually exciting phenomenon. So even if one is playing this game by oneself, you're really building a language you can then use to build a community with.
And one of the things I've heard you say on panels in the past is that one of your measures of success in the groups that you run and the games that you run is if people are in fact connecting outside of the groups.
And it happens. It definitely does. A lot of the participants in our groups are sometimes come to us have never having had a friend before, never having been invited to a party or had any sort of meaningful social connection. So then over time, they will have a birthday party and invite their adventuring team to come over to their house for a birthday party. Or we have a Discord server that our participants can use, and we monitor it. So we can watch them talking about, did you see that new Marvel movie that came out, or whatever it is, and just slowly building the capacity to then be more social, to have the reinforcements from those relationships that remind us why other people matter to us. Because that's a lot of the case with a lot of people who are socially isolated, is they've lost the sort of connective tissue that reminds us why other people are enriching to our lives. So then having a shared language of a shared interest around gaming, I mean, you can watch it. The people who are in the chat right now are here because of a shared interest. The people who have back, in the pre-COVID times would travel to a PAX to stand next to somebody in line at waiting for a panel, waiting for a game demo or whatever, and just say, that's a cool t-shirt you have. I like that game too. That is how we build community around things we might do solo. I loved, the Mass Effect series or the Dragon Age series. We talked about a little bit before we started recording. Like, those games are meaningful, even though I played, other than the third Mass Effect, like all by myself. And I can still connect with someone and like have a really meaningful connection around the experience that we got through playing that, or Dark Souls, or any of those like intensely solo experiences. We get like really have meaningful conversations around the personal experience that it was playing those games.
God, that's awesome.
I really appreciate you bringing up COVID, because I feel like, so aside from the work I do with NYC Gamers, I also work with the New York City Anti-Violence Project as an advocate for LGBTQ survivors of violence. So I moderate a youth group every Monday for LGBTQ youth up to the age of 24. Something that comes up often is having conversations with parents, guardians, and loved ones around limiting time around gaming. And my favorite question that comes up is like, oh, why is it that they spend more time watching other people play games than playing themselves? Which is like, it's like, but you just asked me for my advice around limiting the time that they're playing video games, right? And a lot of the conversations that we would have leading up to, we weren't prepared for the quarantine and everything. It's like, well, now your kids are prepared for the quarantine, because the government is, encouraging people to stay at home and social distance, things that you were worried were going to cause harm to, the next generation. Now these are the tools that are promoting resilience and really connecting people in ways that we've never seen before. I mean, it brought me so much joy being born and raised in the Bronx and seeing Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez playing Animal Crossing on social media with folks. So I think that, a lot of the concerns around gaming being like an antisocial activity, look at how the world flipped on itself and made those stereotypes become the solutions in ways that were reducing harm.
On the topic of AOC, did you see she just tweeted out she made Silver 2 in League of Legends?
Oh yeah.
That
Her
Bronx
coldest
energy.
factor just went up. So high.
Genesee, I realized I didn't let you, I was about to move on to my next question, but I didn't let you answer this question. That was rude of me.
No, that's okay. I mean, jumping off of that, I think communities are one of the great things that comes out of gaming, right? It's a shared group think about something that you're passionate about, whether you're looking for answers on how to be better at your game, whether you just want to connect with somebody that likes what you like. It doesn't matter what age you are. It doesn't matter any of those things. It's just a thing that you can talk about that's shared. One of the, as you said, stereotypes or things that people say they have concerns about when it comes to gaming that I hear most often is like someone will be sitting there going like, oh, I don't understand how you can sit here and be, playing this game all the time time while they're sitting there like on Candy Crush all day long, or while they're sitting there on MyFitnessPal. You know, at least with gaming, like there is usually a follow-up, whether the game inherently has multiplayer built into it or that there are drives to take you to a place where you could talk about that game. Communities are kind of built into gaming in a way that they're not necessarily in the gamification of things like, you know, MyFitnessPal or Candy Crush. And I think people have this idea that somehow gamers are this strange force that they can't understand if they don't, you know, aren't really hardcore into like an FPS or something. But there's a lot of commonalities that we have across all of these types of games that I think people can understand if they have a chance to really break it down and talk to people.
So, I mean, building on that a little bit more, since all of us work with the public in different capacities, you know, Rafi, you do some wonderful organization work, bringing people together in a community setting with, you know, like experienced individuals. Dr. J and Adam, you both do mental health work, and Genesee, you manage what? Did you say 14 communities?
Oh, I had lost count, but it's at least 7.
So, jumping off the previous question, what are the ways that you see that people are surprised to find out games and gaming and fandoms even are more social than they realize?
Well, I'll piggyback off the idea of COVID. So right now, we're really starting to see a lot of folks are surprised at how adept people are at navigating this social environment where we're literally not allowed to be social right now, or encouraged not to be social, but how easily folks transitioned and young people transitioned to being social because it's what they do. I use the example of my daughters and my son all the time. I have a son that's in college, and I have 2 teenage daughters, and our house is like COVID never hit. Besides the fact that we wear masks when we go where we go, my kids are so used to being digitally connected with their social life, they're doing fine, you know. And it's the resiliency is what surprises a lot of people right now, and it's just amazing to watch it and see it. Now, I'll be honest with you, we've had parameters on their digital world, just because I think as a responsible parent we should do that. However, within all of the managing that we've done, our girls are flourishing. I'm specifically saying my girls because my son is out of the house doing his own thing now, but my girls are flourishing. And it's due to the fact that this social world that we live in via gaming or, you know, looking at some kind of fandom, it's transferable to real life management skills. And I think that's what has been surprising people, that this is truly something that has some gravitas to it and actually makes a mark on our society, a positive mark.
Just to build on that, I Game to Grow groups were in person up until COVID hit, and we transitioned them online, just like every school transitioned, you know, every in-person thing online. And I was concerned about how everybody would do transitioning into online groups from in person. I'm trained as a drama therapist, so I'm of course like really used to like getting up from the table and doing everything that I do as a game master. And the kids adapted and they flourished like it was not a big deal. They're all sort of, you know, internet natives. So just to build on what Dr. J was saying, like the kids all get it. They understand how to look at a face on a screen and talk to it in a way that it took me a little bit of a while to get accustomed to it. And they're used to having the chat that we're having here and also the chat that is happening in the text boxes, and doing those things simultaneously and having 3 chats with different people while you're talking to other people here. And it's amazing to see just how easily they adapted to this space, because they've been building these skill sets, which are going to be essential moving forward from the get-go. So it's been really fantastic. And then moving online allowed us to build on something we were talking about earlier, is now we can play with people who are not in the same room with us, which is just extending and building that community even farther. I ran a group this week where I had someone in Utah, someone in California, someone in Oregon, and someone in Seattle. And those are all young people who are, it's like better than a pen pal. And now you can actually play with people in other places around the country and around the world. And that's something that is really great to see, that the young people especially are having access to through their, you know, digital native experience.
Rafi, Genesee, what do y'all think?
I echo what you're saying about how this seems like it's something that people that are already gamers are equipped to deal with in a way that others might not be. Imagination is a huge factor when it comes to gaming. I mean, while you can see sometimes literal things on a screen, a lot of times games involve you, projecting your idea of what something is like. And as an avid reader and somebody that Kindle Unlimited cries for every time I look at my charts during the week for reading, I think it's a great way for you to be able to utilize that skill that you might not in real life. If you're having a bad day, or if you're in a place that maybe you don't want to be right now, you can put yourself somewhere else. You can have an experience that you can't have during COVID or at any other time in your life that's different than where you are bound by location. It's really only limited by where you might want to take your imagination and what kind of vehicle you can use to get yourself there. So I think, as everyone else is kind of saying, that COVID is tragic, but it's also a way that people are kind of adapting really quickly to something they've already been doing, but just in a different way.
Rafi,
You know,
you want the
something that
last
I
word on
find
this?
really, yeah, something I find really surprising is like um, how how do I word this? When I think of when I think of gaming and and like the stereotypes that are centered around it, and I think I talked about this a little bit earlier, I think about identity, right? And lived experiences. And I think that folks would be surprised by how often there's this intersection between exploring gender and racial equity and identity and visibility and gaming. And like me, for example, I grew up playing Legend of Zelda, my favorite game of all time, Ocarina of Time. As a like what 7 8 year old playing that game, the protagonist was Link, but I never saw Link as a video game character that had a gender role. It always they always came off as androgynous to me or gender neutral in some way, shape, or form. It wasn't until I was older and I started reading into the lore that I started noticing that people were using he and pronouns, and I was like, whatever, right? It's not like other games like Pokemon where they start you right off the bat, like, are you a boy or a girl, right? It's like, I love those games where you can jump right into being the protagonist and they don't even care about gender. And then you have like my youth group, right? One of my favorite conversations to have with them is like, how do you navigate your own gender journey through video gaming? And they talk about games like Minecraft and Animal Crossing, Dragon Age, The Sims. My favorite one was a 15-year-old girl from the Bronx who told me that her first idea or concept of being trans in gaming was Miss Pac-Man, because she didn't know that the history behind Miss Pac-Man was that it was originally Pac-Man, right? And then it was like Miss Pac-Man is this modded version that became the more popular. She would go on and say Pac-Man is trans. That's just it, period, right? And I think that it's amazing how many opportunities there are to be able to use gaming as a platform to be able to have healthier conversations around gender and to be able to make it accessible not only to our youth but also to intergenerational communities, right?
I
And
would agree with that in terms of like women as well. For me, gaming is a safe space where it's not consequence free because the community will police you, and behavior is certain types of behavior acceptable in certain areas, but it's a way to try out different aspects of your personality that you might not be comfortable with when the consequences are high, right? Like in real life. So if you're sitting there in a game and you want to be a more aggressive person, or you need a minute to think about exactly how you want to articulate something, and you have that second for text to sit there and write it down, you don't have to just instantly answer something. And you can be a stronger person, or you can be like a more aggressive person, or you can be like a very kind and sweet person if that's something that you're not normally allowed to do in life. It's a way for you to try on different aspects of who you want to be in a safe way that enables you to kind of experience that and the feedback thereof of whatever you're trying, and kind of decide who you are in a way that's a little less consequence heavy than it might be in real life.
so all numerous people here have already talked about either people perceiving gaming as lacking real world skills. Um, what do y'all have to say to that? Because, here I am thinking about a D&D meme of how to put Dungeons and Dragons on your resume that, I organize group activities with some regularity, as well as narrative writing and design, as well as rule arbitration within the policies of a group setting. And so, like, what do y'all say to the idea that games develop no transferable skills?
So I'm gonna jump on that from the perspective of, I have patients that I work with regularly, and I try to utilize whatever I have, or whatever they have connected to help them build maybe self-esteem, or maybe a transition to something else, helping them realize where their skill sets lie. And gaming, oh my gosh, just the strategy that it takes to play these games. I can think of a patient right now who is an older gentleman, and he was sidelined as a pilot, but he's also is it a DM, a game master. He's a game master, and he transitioned from being a pilot to going to the strategy room. He's active duty, going to the strategy room and developing different kinds of strategies to help pilots who are out in the field. Do you think that maybe some of that strategy is coming from his thought processes of being a game master? I would definitely say so. I see young kids, maybe 15, 16-year-olds, who are trying to figure themselves out, right? Come to grips with where they want to be, on what they're not the jock, they're not the most popular person in the school, yet they have these specific skill sets that they've acquired through gaming over the last 10 years, and being able to help them harness that into, hey, you know what, maybe you could think about making a career out of this. Maybe you could think about game development. Maybe you can think about taking those skills and joining an organization like a Google or a Facebook or Amazon, and utilizing those kinds of technical skills that you've developed. So I could definitely tell you, very evidence-based wise, that gaming skills transfer to life skills, job skills. It transfers to real life very quickly and competently.
Genesee, I'm curious your perspective on this, especially given that you manage so many gaming communities. Like, how many people do you see taking some of their skill sets and either moving up in an informal or formal manner, the social hierarchy, the community hierarchy, and maybe even getting jobs out of it?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, leadership skills are definitely something that happens when you're playing games, especially multiplayer or, team games. Yeah, you know me, and I've told you this before about my desire to do this whole podcast series on how gaming teaches you project management skills and other strategy skills, and how that translates into real life. My personal one, my depression story, if you will, is that, if you're spending, for me, I was spending a lot of time, way too much time, optimizing my characters in game, looking at them and looking at their stats and saying, well, here's the possible agility, here's the intelligence, here's the charisma, here's my strength stats, and spending a lot of time doing that in game, and then feeling really bad about the fact that I was sitting here with my muffin top doing absolutely nothing, right? So there's a way for you to translate that into real life. So for me, that was a big kick in the butt of like, hey, I just spent, 15 hours this week optimizing a digital character that is great for a game and makes her super successful while I'm sitting here, spaghetti armed. And that kind of was an impetus for me to get into physical fitness, to get into karate, to get my second degree black belt, to become, a martial artist. Because if I can see my character doing this and kicking people with their wheel kick, why can't I do that? And that's a place for me to kind of take those skills and take that dedication that I'm putting into this character and apply it to my own physical body. So there's a lot of translations, I think, back and forth between the digital world and the physical world if you choose to make that a priority.
It's almost
Love
like
that story so
min-maxing
much.
has a place.
It does,
It's not a
Get
dreaded
your own
thing
stat
after all.
set.
I could talk about the ways that, I do this for other people, but I'm going to share a personal story because I'm inspired by Genesee's sharing a personal story as well. I literally think about my life, and I mentioned this on panels before, in a pre-Dark Souls and post-Dark Souls time. There was like a moment when I was playing Dark Souls for the first time, and a buddy of mine brought the Game Over disc back in the day. Played it on my Xbox, and I hated it. And I like wanted to throw the controller across the room. It was so hard. I felt like a failure. It was just everything, just confronting all of my, little demons on my shoulder, whispering in my ear about how I couldn't accomplish things. And so I realized that that was an area of growth for me that I needed to work on. And I basically used Dark Souls. I ended up, I saved face while he was there a little bit. And then later on, I bought it, digital download, played it by myself. And like I used it as a training for my own resiliency, because that game will punish you and punish you and punish you. And you have to incrementally get better and really utilize a growth mindset to overcome. And every time you learn something, you say, okay, I have to go left, not right, or I almost got the timing right for the parry or whatever. And it really is a grind that you have to be able to push through it. And I remember having experiences as a grad school student or as an early entrepreneur when I was like feeling the pressure to give up, right? The like, this is hard. I don't want to do this. I'm feeling like a failure. And then sort of remembering and conjuring up that feeling of like, I'm at the campfire and I got to go back out again, and I might come back to this campfire, I might make it to the next campfire, but this is the process. And I remember taking that like sort of Dark Souls frame of mind with me. And that's how I got through grad school and how I got, into the business world and so on and so forth, was just thinking about the next campfire.
The Dark
I
Souls
want to play.
frame
I've
of
never
mind.
played the game before.
It's so hard. It's so hard.
I will echo that energy though. One of my favorite games to play, and I'm like self-proclaimed like competitive around, is Tetris, right? And when I think of Tetris, I think about problem solving, and then doing so at a rate where it's like, if I can do that while I'm gaming, imagine what I could do in the workplace, right? When I really set my mind to it. And one of my favorite things to talk about when I'm having these types of conversations is time management, because I think of speed running, and I think of how speed running is such a popular subgenre in the gaming community with such a huge fan base. And I'm like, if you could manage your time well enough to be able to almost break a game in order to either complete it 100% within a given time or be the fastest person to get from start to finish, right? Imagine what you could do if you were to apply those skills into your career or a project you're working on, maybe something that is going on in your life that it's like, if I'm able to manage my time a little bit more wisely or intentionally, it can relieve some stress that I'm having around it. So I love the fact that gaming has really cultivated it. And I especially, and I, shameless plug and shout out, but I really appreciate, orgs like Take This and Game to Grow and other orgs that are really intersecting mental health with gaming and the gaming community, because that's what a lot of this is kind of like accumulating into, right? It's like, how are we navigating these conversations around holistic ways to play video games and to uplift gamers while acknowledging that we are people, right? And that we have stuff and we need ways to be able to steward our trauma.
So we've now talked about the idea that game skills transfer to real life skills, that games help build communities, that games help build resilience, that games bring us together in many ways. So why do you all think this sort of Big Bang Theory comic book guy, stereotypes that games are exclusively, a white cis hetero male domain? Why do you think these stereotypes still linger?
Sort of
I
a
have a
big
theory.
sociocultural thing there, but
Now we got okay. No, let's get into this.
Now,
Adam, by
Rafi,
all
go for it.
means.
No, I was gonna say we follow the money, but that's a different panel. That's sorry.
I really appreciate you saying that, Adam, because I've shared this with some of y'all before, but I've been playing Dungeons and Dragons since I was 11 years old, right? And I was taught by my uncle. My uncle played D&D going back to Advanced Dungeons and Dragons with a group of friends that all grew up in the Bronx. They're all Black and Latinx. And the way that they acquired the materials to play D&D, like the player's handbook, DM guide, and all that, was that if fell off the back of a truck, right? Like that's the running joke. But it's like, who in the Bronx was, like, especially during their era, really had the cash to be able to buy it, to have access to it, to feel like it was something you could play in a, my truth, a Christian household, right? Because of all the stereotype and all that. I think that having had access to that in the way that I did really made an impact on me and the way that I have this relationship with gaming and with the community at large. So that's just something that I kind of like want to name and I want to hold some space around, because you never know who is on the opposite side of the screen, who you're playing these video games with or tabletop games. What are their lived experiences? What are they going through? Who are they, or who are they intending to be? Who are they aspiring to be? Gaming is such a holistic and safe space to be able to navigate these intersecting identities. So when I think about that, like, stereotype of the cis white hetero guy, positive reinforcement, I like to think, hey, maybe that cis hetero guy is not a cis hetero guy. You never know, right? I mean, I used to think a lot of those things, and then I learned and I was given access to these spaces, and I learned that there are people like Sonic Fox who also play games and who look like me and hold on to identities that I do. And they really did pave the way for me to be able to have my own gender journey and coming out experience. And I appreciate that.
No, they're amazing.
I think part of the issue is, and I'm going to piggyback off what Rafi was saying as far as the falling off the truck, and that's the gatekeeping aspect, right? So if that game hadn't fallen off the truck, how would you have had access? And I think the problem we have with any genre, any fandom, is that gatekeeping and keeping people out. But we're at a point now where it's hard to keep anyone out. You can access this environment through so many different venues, but I think some of the stigma is still there because of access. I think, I know you were joking, Adam, when you said follow the money, but how expensive is it to get into gaming? What's the cost? Where do you have to go? Well, you have to have means, right? You have to be able to be in a car and drive to a store, have certain amounts of money, freed up money, to be able to afford these things. And I think that's an avenue that is keeping the stereotype there, although we are breaking them down. We're starting to see people who look and are from so many different backgrounds that are involved. And you have to ask the question, how are you there, right? And you're like, oh my gosh, that's kind of cool. I kind of want to get to know you. You look like me. You're doing some of the same things as I, and you're in this gaming environment that I knew nothing about. Teach me, and the more that we open this up and we make it more accessible, I think we're going to get further and further away from those stereotypes and the perspectives that still linger, that it's only for a certain group or genre of people. I think we're getting better, but I think we have to continue to make this accessible. I didn't go to a local comic book shop because I didn't know about local comic book shops. I didn't know those were a thing. They weren't in the hood where I grew up. They weren't anywhere around. It wasn't until I was grown, having children, having a good career, where I could find out about this whole world that existed. Well, that's not okay, right? That's not okay. It shouldn't wait till at the time I found this environment was, and I'll be very transparent, 2016. And I've already told you guys that I'm in my mid 40s. So do the math on that, right? Like, I had no exposure to the environment. And so the stereotype would continue. And now I have my kids who I've exposed and given them the opportunity to be involved in these things much younger than where I was. We have to break those barriers that are there and open it up to folks all over the place. I'm so happy to hear that it fell off the truck in the Bronx, right? I wish, I'm from St. Louis, the inner cities of St. Louis. Oh my gosh, if it could have fallen off the truck, in North St. Louis, that would have been so awesome. But there's no comic book shop for the truck to go to.
So what I'm hearing is gatekeeping. I mean, gatekeeping is a big in various formats, whether it's a social form of gatekeeping or a monetary form of gatekeeping. Gatekeeping is one of the root causes for the lingering stereotypes, that we've joked about. So how do we change that? I mean, I realize that's a huge question. That is an absolutely huge question. But I'm thinking about in the last couple years, we're starting to see major studios take quote unquote risks with making female centric movies. Wonder Woman. We saw the huge success of Black Panther. How do we keep that ball rolling to make these? Oh yeah, I see that shirt. We see that shirt, Dr. J. But how do we keep the ball rolling so we break down these social and monetary barriers to let everybody know that games are a safe social, well, are in certain circumstances a good social space to explore identity, social skills, anything you want. How do we do that?
Having the people make the games that reflect the people playing the games is a great start. And we're already, working on that. One of the things for me that was personally impactful, I mean, it was only a few years ago, but it's like, hey, female shep, fem shep, right? Like for Mass Effect. Okay, so, you can choose, like, who's your favorite on the Citadel? I don't like to hear that, certain movies won't succeed if they have a female lead, Black Widow, etc. Like, it's nice to have that option. It's nice to have a character that represents you. It's nice to see yourself as a hero in a game. And it's nice to know that people are making games that, represent you. So it's important that the designers, the developers, the people behind the game are actually have the opportunities to make the thing that they'd like to make and aren't gatekept to themselves.
Yeah, again, I'm going to jump on that and say you're exactly right. The people, we need to have access to be able to make the games, right? We need to give these kids an opportunity to see that that's even an option, that they can be a game developer. And you can go out and dream as big as you want, right? How are the people that are making the games now doing it? They had these dreams as kids, and then somehow they got exposed to it. And so we have to have some exposure in every genre, in every place in our society, so that these kids can jump out there and do it and make these things happen. I'll be honest with you, I have no desire to make this stuff, right? But I am a consumer of it. So you take someone like me, who I now have a little bit of means, I can help someone get into the genre, right? I can back you. I can say, hey, you know what do you need? Like literally right now, I back probably 4 or 5 different creators. I purposely go out and find folks who are doing their own comic books or their own storylines or their own gaming developing. And I'm like, how do I get in with you on the ground floor? I don't want to do anything else but support and consume the content. There's a lot of people out there that are willing to do that. We got to get in front of those kids. We got to get in all genres, all areas, all walks of life in society, so these kids know that this is an opportunity, and help them dream big outside the box. And incidentally, let me say this real quick. I don't want to take all our time, but I literally told my wife last night, we were talking about the death of Chadwick Boseman, and she said, well, what are they going to do with Black Panther? I said, they got a perfect opportunity. Shuri becomes the next Black Panther.
Yes.
Perfect opportunity. Shuri becomes the next Black Panther. And going back to what you said, Genesee, about, a female can't carry it. We need to get away from that. What are you talking about?
I just got chills when you talked about that.
Seriously,
My
I
body
want to
just
see
did the
Shuri
thing.
take that role.
Oh my gosh. What kind of Black Panther would she be, right? I mean, does
Less
it have
impulsive.
to be right? But, I just, to that end, so you guys heard me say comic book, and that was my entry into this. One of the things that I did for my children was I said, well, what are you interested in? I will collect comic books for you as well. what do you want to read? You want to see someone that looks like you want to read about somebody that acts like you act, that comes from where you come from. So literally we have this huge comic book area in my basement, and it's not just my comic books. You know, it's comic books for my daughter, who's probably going to be, you know, some kind of lawyer and kick down the entertainment house, right? And then I got my brainiac daughter who's, you know, who's reading comic books along those lines. And then I got my son who's biomedical engineering, comic books for him. And I even got a few, my wife's not into it, but she doesn't know that I've been buying comic books for what I think she should be reading too. But that's what we should be doing, right? We should be out there looking at everybody's interest and put it in front of them. All right, I'm gonna be quiet.
All that stuff's great. I think there's so many things I could talk about here. My background before I got into my work now was in politics. So I'm like thinking about this in some sort of like grander socio-political context of like, we got to get coding programs in schools for kids, in every school for kids. But there's also so many more like sort of radical democratic things we can do just in the nature of the games we play. Dr. J, you were talking about supporting independent creators, right? There's a whole host of independent creators in the tabletop world that are doing crowdfunding, that are doing, you know, Patreon style support that they can get. A lot of great things in the DMs Guild, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But even if you buy the books and you play the traditional games, you can still modify everything. And that's the beauty of a game that exists in our imaginations, like a lot of tabletop RPGs are, is that we can let the space in our imaginative game reflect the complexity and the diversity and the richness of the human experience that actually exists in the world, and let our games, like, let the world of the game be as diverse as it is, you know, as the players who play that game. And I would say, building on what Rafi, you said around making a safe space for gamers is essential. That's what it comes down to. And you know, just even doing stuff like, what are your character's pronouns, is a huge transformative thing to see with players, because they're having a reflection of this is a conversation we can have now about pronouns and what are my pronouns. And I can count on more than one hand the number of participants in these games who have come out to their adventuring party because they now have created a safe space, and the rest of the group is like, cool, yeah, right. It's like, you know, it's an awesome experience to see how the safe spaces that we can create really do help sort of expand the table. So what do I think we can do to make this world a better place? Have an extra seat at your table and bring somebody else in.
Be inviting.
Mm-hmm.
So support indie creators, especially the indie creators who are breaking out of the mold of the stereotypes that we're talking about. Invite people to your table. But how do we maintain that? How, you know, we've talked about how games are intrinsically social, and we haven't brought up the elephant in the room, and that's toxic behavior, both in online formats and even, you know, IRL, if we're playing at the same table as other people. How do we avoid that? How do we circumvent that? How do we fix that to make it
I
the
think
safe
that
space?
I think that this is a conversation about collective accountability. I think of my NYC Gamers, our Discord, our Facebook group, it starts and ends with our space agreements, right? And these are agreements that were crafted by stakeholders within our social media platforms, community members, having conversations about ways that we can hold each other accountable to not only create a safe space, but sustain it. Make sure that it's something that's claimed to be safe by the folks who are investing in our platforms. Because it's one thing, I think that social media could be very performative at times when they use the term safe space. I think it's different when we're having more intentional conversations around how are we giving access to folks to claim safety in spaces. You know, so collective accountability, right? Even in like social media platforms like Twitter, whenever there's something that's trending because a huge mainstream AAA title did something that the Black community is saying that's super problematic, right? Being aspiring allies to the Black community and being stakeholders within our Blackness and the Black community at large, regardless of intersecting identities that you hold. Being able to come together and utilize that trending platform to hold game developers accountable, but also the people who are playing those games and buying those games accountable, that's where it starts and ends, in my opinion. I think that it's not just an institutional issue, it's also an interpersonal one. You know, I have my chosen family, right? Bunch of trans, agender, queer youth, right? And my chosen daughter, she's trans Latina, and her game is Overwatch. She loves Overwatch. And whenever she plays online, she much prefers playing with her friends because that's her safe space. That doesn't change the fact that we still need to navigate how are we engaging with the enemy team, with other folks who are on game chat when they see her player tag and they use it as a way to be able to make transphobic remarks towards her, or to use it as a way to disrupt her self-care and sustainability when she's playing video games. We we come into that conversation in a way where we're not restricting her autonomy to be able to defend herself and to be able to reclaim her safety in the narrative, but we hold our community accountable to make sure that this isn't something that is persistent, that it's not something that continuously happens, even if it's us, five people at the same time reporting a person or reaching out to a game development company and saying, listen, this happened and this needs to be addressed. So that collective stakeholder power is so important when it comes to that collective accountability.
Well, and it strikes me that not only even having a collective agreement like that is in and of itself a pro-social thing, because in order to engage with your community, you have a literal social contract, and the ability to successfully navigate that and make amends when a transgression is made. I mean, that's the nature of any successful relationship, right? That relationships don't grow in the absence of conflict; they grow through the resolution of it. And being able to successfully do that is an incredibly pro-social thing. That's amazing. What about the rest of you? What do you all think about this?
One of the cool things about gaming is that depending on the type of game you're playing, your ability in the game is more important sometimes than the prejudices that exist for those playing with you. So if you're really good at what you're doing and you're helping your team win and you are an asset, that's a way to kind of have an in to allowing people to have the ability to change their view and change their mind about who you are, because you're actually benefiting their team. And that's something that I think I've seen before when I've played. But yeah, as Rafi's saying, like, you can build these types of communities in the game itself. I mean, I think that Riot does a really good job. We're talking about Overwatch just a few minutes ago. I love how if you're insulting someone in chat, it says things like rousing good match or something like that. Like, there are ways in chat that it will, edit certain things to kind of foster a more friendly bout of competition. And there are other games, of course, like, League of Legends, where, you have community, trials and arbitration and ways for people to, bring their grievances to the community itself and have the community police that and decide how they're going to, what's acceptable behavior for that community. And there are a lot of ways to do that within the game and outside the game, in the community post game. But yeah, those things are really important to consider when you're making a game or when you be a part of a gaming community, and how they actually perceive, the things that are important to you as a player.
Any other thoughts
I
before we
think
cut
the
to the last question?
I think a little bit I'll add to that is going again, echoing the idea of forming communities and choosing your community, and echoing that it's okay to choose your community. It's okay to partner up with whomever you want to partner up with, and really pushing that concept and opening up the idea that it's okay if you don't look like me or talk like me or have the same experience as I have or live in the same zip code as I live. I think that the more that we push that, I think we're breaking down barriers. And I think that's an unintended or unanticipated, I should say, positive consequence, if I can put those together, oxymoron there. But I think it's a positive consequence to the gaming world and what we have created. I don't think anyone had any idea that we would be joining so many different types of people together through gaming. It was just people's fandom. And they're like, hey, you're a fan, I'm a fan. All right, here we go. Let's come together. I know we kind of joked about this before, but I told you I'm a biker guy. And I literally fused together my biking world with my leather and my wife. And for our anniversary, we go to a Comic-Con on the motorcycle, uh, you know, uh, filtering all of these ideas that we think shouldn't go together and put it all together. Uh, and it works. And no one shooed us away. No one said, oh my gosh, what are you doing? It was more like, hey, all right, come on in here. Tell us about what you do. And all these kinds of perspectives coming together and really entreating you and saying, come on in. We want you.
PAX Sturgis, just saying. All right. Well, so we've got just very quickly, we're just about out of time, but in thinking of gaming as a truly pro-social activity, if the audience can only take one thing away from this panel, just lightning round real quick, what do you want it to be? Genesee, let's start with you.
Dr. B, I hate this. It's like one sentence to sum up your whole life. Oh, what do you take away? You get out of it what you bring to it. Let's just say that, right? Like, be open to the idea that gaming and communities and the people in games are different than you are, and that they can educate you in ways that you would never experience in the area that you're in. For me, like I've told Ravi before, like small town podunk, farm town nowhere, would never have had the experiences that I've had in life if it was not for games, enabling me to meet people that are so very different than me and have very many different ideas than I do. And even just as a career in gaming, the option to pursue something that you love, no matter, even if you're not, in LA, it is a great thing. So that's my tiny little nugget. Dr. B, sorry.
That's beautiful. That's fantastic. Rafi, let's kick it over to you. What do you want people to walk away with?
At NYC Gamers, our motto is "You belong." So I think that that's going to be the holding space that I have for this one. If you're watching this, listening to us, know that you matter. Wherever your gender journey leads, wherever the road may take you, gaming is always going to be an inclusive space for you, regardless of the circumstances.
Amazing. Amazing. Adam Davis.
Just to build on what was already been said, I think it's important to have an extra spot at your table. Maybe it's not a seat. Maybe the person that's coming to your table has their own chair. But make sure that there's a spot at your table for other people to join you. I think that's the lesson I would love for people to take away. And that it's often not about the game, the benefits that come with it. It's about the play, and just reminding people that the game is just the vessel and it is the play that is the thing.
Dr. J, take us home.
All right, I'm going to say access, access, access. I am a consumer and I want to be involved in all these different genres. So allow us to have access, all of us, no matter who you are. Those who are hosting these things, open it up. Let it be accessible to every walk of life. Open it up so folks can get in. You'd be so surprised at how many people want to be a part of this world and would just get so much benefit from it. So access, access, access.
That's awesome. Well, thank you everybody for being here. I cannot say how much I appreciate this, especially as we had a technical error the first time we tried to record this panel, and that was entirely my fault. And everybody was being kind enough to record this again and bring all their wonderful insights. Just real quick, where can everybody find you on the socials? Starting off with Dr. J, we'll go clockwise.
I'm at Dr. J LTCDR. That's actually Dr. J Lieutenant Commander. You can find me there. I actually have 3 Twitter sites that will all link. If you type in Dr. J, you'll find me.
Awesome. Adam Davis.
You can find me on Twitter at Sparks for Sharks. You can learn more about Game to Grow at Game to Grow on Twitter, Facebook, and Instagram. And go to our website because we're about to launch our 6-hour mental health trainer package.
Yay! Rafi.
You can find me on Twitter at Rafi Regulus. That's RAFFY Regulus, like the star in the heart of the Leo constellation. And follow us at official NYCG or join our mailing list at gamers.nyc.
Awesome, Genesee.
You can find Good Shepherd Games at Twitter at Good Shepherd Ent and me at Gray Area Podcast, GREY, and grayareapodcast.com.
And I am the Dr. B on Twitter and really all the socials, but really you should be following at TakeThis.org. If you ever want to learn more about what we're up to, you want to support our mental health mission within the game community, both on the consumer and the industry side. But thank you so much, everybody, for being here. For all of you watching, have a wonderful rest of PAX Online. This is just so monumental that PAX is doing this. 9 days. Oh my goodness. But thank you, everybody, and keep being awesome and social. Bye.
Hello, PAX Online, and welcome to this very special edition of Niantic Office Hours. I am your host. My name is Kit. I look after HR and operations for Niantic in EMEA, and we have an incredible lineup today to talk you through different journeys into the game industry. So I'm going to hand it over to our speakers in just Hello, PAX Online, and welcome to this very special edition of Niantic Office Hours. I am your host. My name is Kit. I look after HR and operations for Niantic in EMEA, and we have an incredible lineup today to talk you through different journeys into the game industry. So I'm going to hand it over to our speakers in just a second to introduce themselves. But to just set the stage, today we're going to be hopefully persuading you of all the different routes you can take to move into games. I think once you're participating as a consumer and you're super excited about it, but you don't necessarily have an obvious way in, games can seem like a bit of a black box. So what I hope you leave today with is a great sense of how our three different panelists have taken really different routes in and learn a bit about all the different options available to you. So today we're going to be chatting to Trinidad, our head of D&I globally, Laura, our senior game designer working on Pokemon Go, and Daphne, our technical lead manager on Pokemon Go. We've brought the big guns. So I'm going to start handing it over to all of you to tell the audience a little bit more about yourself. Trinidad, do you want to kick us off? Tell us about your role, where you started as well.
Hi, everybody. I am the head of diversity and inclusion at Niantic. And it started way back when in big data tech. And I have a passion for people. I have a passion for empowering people with information to help them change and empower them with the tools that they need to move not only our business forward, but also making sure that it's an equitable place for all people. And honestly, this has been one of the best careers paths that I could have ever taken. And I didn't get to the game industry by the conventional way, which was like going to school or just having parents in the industry or knowing people. I knew nobody. And honestly, I didn't even know what Niantic was when I started. I mean, not when I started, but when I interviewed, I was like, Niantic, it sounds familiar. And when I Googled it, I was like, Pokemon Go? Oh, yes, let me go for it, you know, and I didn't know anybody in the company. I did the conventional route of applying online. through the regular sources that we use to search for jobs. So I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. I'm addicted now. I love the game industry. I love the people, how eccentric we are sometimes and how demanding we are, but then also how creative we are and how much we are just passionate about creating games that can impact people. So I'm here. Thank you. Laura?
Yeah, so I probably have a bit of a winding path into the games industry. It really started for me when I was a kid playing video games with my brother growing up. Like that passion for games was always there and a part of my life. But I actually thought I was going to grow up to be a 3D animator. So I went to school to study art. So I have a traditional art degree as well as a certificate in 3D animation. While I was going through that journey, the university I was at, University of Utah, started a graduate program where they were going to focus on video games. And they're like, hey, you're doing this awesome art stuff and we know you love video games. Will you come be a part of the first cohort for this graduate program? And I was like, sounds great. I don't 100% know what I'm doing with my life because I'm a kid in college, so I would love to. So I ended up going to the grad program and I got really lucky that the program teaches game design to all the students in that particular program. So I went through the program and I still at that point thought I was going to be a 3D animator. My first job in the games industry was actually as an intern in animation for Disney at their video game studios. But then while I was there, they came over and reached out to me because they knew I was really passionate about video games and that I was a woman working in the industry. And they asked if I could take a look at some of the mini games they were trying to make that were going to be a bit more female focused for Disney Infinity. And the first game design meeting I went to, I was like, oh, this is what I'm supposed to be doing with my life. I've spent 7+ years studying to be an animator, and in a single meeting, I realized that I need to make a pretty big career change. So over the course of that, and a couple of really awesome opportunities and support from friends in the industry, I was able to switch to becoming a game designer instead. And then eventually that led me to my current role where I am a senior game designer here at Niantic working on Pokemon Go. Daphne, you want to share your awesome story?
Yeah, similar to you, Laura, I also grew up playing games with my brothers, and like it's so funny because I never considered myself a gamer. I always considered them gamers, but not me, even though I played alongside them all the time. And so it took me a long time to like embrace that as like a part of my identity. Now no one can tell me nothing. I'm definitely a gamer, but back then I did not feel this way. But yeah, my route into games was actually probably more like the most like traditional CS, right? In the sense that I got a bachelor's degree in computer science and then I got a master's in computer science. And I actually got into games a little later in my career, indirectly through doing like more frameworksy kind of work. And so, multiple positions that I had before Niantic, I was actually like writing code that supported developers who built games as opposed to being the person who was building the games. And that's what ended up leading me here. And so, prior to this job, I was actually working at Apple. And so I was working on what's called the Foundation framework. It's basically for anybody who's worked in Xcode, when you open up a new Xcode project and you see import Foundation, that was my team. And so like millions of developers were using my code every day. And then prior to that, I was working at a startup that was building an SDK that at the time was like revolutionary, but now is kind of laughable. But they were essentially just trying to get, they got Objective-C to run natively on Android phones. And so like our prime customers at that point were like game developers. And so we were in the industry, but tangential. And so Niantic was a really interesting move for me because it was a very intentional choice to be like, I want to be at the front of it this time. I want to be at a different part of the stack. I want to actually be like making stuff that people can actually see and interact with and play with, and not necessarily be like the Wall-E behind scenes, which is what I used to call myself. And so it's been really awesome working on Pico and being able to just like you know, make so many players happy. Like it's really awesome.
Awesome, thank you. I think one really interesting common thread for all of you is that you'd interacted as players, like however you kind of define yourselves in terms of gamers, casual, hardcore, whatever, you all had that relationship with games, but none of you went straight in. And I'm curious as to, before you were a part of this industry, how much of a sense of it did you have? I.e., what was kind of your knowledge around the roles available to you, what it was like as a culture? Daphne, what was your kind of, what did you anticipate before you were actually a part of the industry?
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I was nervous. Just, you know, games is an interesting like subset of tech because it's like partially a subset, but also partially kind of its own thing, right? It's weird. They form almost this little Venn diagram, right? And so, you know, I mean, I'll be blunt. Like the media around being a woman in games and being a Black and queer woman in games is not great. It's just not. And so, like, you know, it's a little nerve-wracking to step into this and feel like you're putting yourself out on the chopping block every day. But you know, it ends up being completely worthwhile. At least it has been for me. And like through this experience, I wouldn't have met any of you, and y'all are absolutely lovely. So like there are so many wonderful people in the industry that, I mean, I've dealt, that's a whole other panel. I've dealt with my share of difficult developers in my lifetime, trust. But like, it's been really awesome, particularly at Niantic, to be able to work with people who are not only so incredibly smart, but also super sweet. And I haven't had to, I almost feel like I've been shielded from just a lot of the craziness that we see out in the media all the time. So yeah, that was kind of my impression going in.
Well, I'm glad that Niantic has defied your expectations, of course. Trinidad, what about you? Your role isn't such an obvious, like you're not a game designer or a developer, but you're really integral to how Niantic functions and how we all kind of work towards this more inclusive and more kind of representative future. Tell us a bit about your understanding of the industry before you were a part of it.
Just to piggyback off of what Daphne said, I mean, the game industry definitely has a bad rep. Like, and I don't know if it's a bad rep. I think for a long time it is what it was. And I hear horror stories about like booth babes in the back in the day and just like at conferences and different things like that. And I'm just like, ooh, okay. So coming in, I know Niantic is one of those companies that's a hybrid because we have a platform and then we also create games. So it was a mixture of tech and gaming, and it wasn't your traditional studio. So coming in, I wanted to defy everything that Daphne said. You know, I don't want our people to have that negative experience of coming to Niantic and saying, oh, it's just like everywhere else. I want people to come to Niantic and say, oh, this is a breath of fresh air. Like yes, we still have crunch times. Yes, we still have we are asking for a lot of work. We want you to produce. That's just normal. But at the same time, we have a community. We're a family. We trust each other. We value each other. We respect each other. And that's why we're able to build such a great team of people who love and really go above and beyond for our games.
I feel a little like warm and fuzzy now. Laura, how about you? What was your kind of understanding of the different roles, the culture of the industry?
Sure. So when I was growing up, which was several moons ago, we won't say how long ago, games were an amazing thing. I was a huge gamer. It was definitely like my defining hobby. But at that point in time, there weren't things like dev blogs. There weren't amazing conferences like PAX where you could see developers and game makers talk. So it was sort of this like void, right? I knew video games existed and I loved them and I played them, but I had no real concept of where they came from, other than I assumed somebody somewhere was probably making them. And it really honestly wasn't until I got to grad school and we started looking at all the options of the games industry and all the different roles, from art to tech to, game design like I do, to all the support roles, which is pretty expansive. It wasn't until we started having those conversations that I was like, oh wait, this might be a viable career path. This might be a real industry to look into. And my parents have thankfully always been super supportive, but I know when I was like, I'm gonna work in games, they were like, oh, okay, is that a job? Do they pay you to do that, right? So thankfully they are now reassured that it is a viable career path. But it just was so unknown at the time, which is part of why I think doing panels like this is really great, because I want everyone to know that there are paths into the games industry, that this is a real job, that they pay us to do this awesome work, and that as Trinidad and Daphne touched on, for a long time the industry has been pretty small and pretty close to who was going to be a part of it. And I think it's been really great to work with women and people of different backgrounds and diversity in the industry, because I think the more voices in the industry, the better the industry is becoming. So I think doing panels like this and seeing other panels and talking to other people in the industry is so important, to just see how the industry is growing and then what steps we need to take to keep it growing from here.
I have something to add to what Laura said. You mentioned something about the different roles and types, and I want to remind everybody who's watching that you can be in HR, you can be in marketing, you can be in legal, you can be in facilities, you could be in finance, you can be in ops. Just some of the different pathways. It's like any other company. You need a function, and you need to be able to have all the different functions to move forward. And so don't limit yourself. If you are passionate about game design, yes. If you're passionate about software engineering, yes. But also know that if you don't know what your niche is yet, that this is your opportunity.
I would also add to, because Trinidad, you touched on crunch time, and I think it's particularly important to highlight that one thing I find really interesting about Niantic and Pokemon Go in particular, having worked and led the team, at a management level, we have several managers, so many who are vets in the industry of, with ranging years of experience, who have dealt with such horrific crunch experiences at past game companies that in some ways they brought their trauma with them, but in the sense that they never want to relive that again, and they never want to put their employees or the org through that again. And so it's interesting. I wanted to highlight that particular point because I feel crunch is considered a norm in the industry in a lot of ways, and it's been really interesting to see how so many Niantics have fought back against this. They're just so adamant about it not being a thing here. And anytime there's even a hint towards it, people start to get a little antsy, and they're like, no, we don't like this. We don't like this at all, which is highly unusual when you consider just the reputation of a lot of other companies.
100%. And I think it's also a testament definitely to you two who are actually involved in Pokemon Go as well, of the culture that you've both created. So a little bit of props there. So the other thing that I'm mindful of for people who are watching this, particularly if they're not in the industry already, sometimes it is hard to know what leap you want to make, and of course how to make that leap. But I think that process of identifying what is the thing that truly energizes you, what do you really want to get up in the morning and do, is hard, and each of you have done it. So I would love to hear, maybe starting with you, Laura, because you had your light bulb moment in that meeting, which I'm so jealous of. I wish that my career came to me that easily. I'd love to know a little bit about how you thought about what is the thing I really want to do, and how you then pivoted that into working into games.
Sure. So yeah, like I said earlier, I was in that meeting, and the meeting could have been going for 5 minutes before I was like, oh, this is this is the thing I'm supposed to be doing. And, you know, I did have to take some time to reflect because I had spent so long training to become a professional 3D animator that the sudden decision to depart from that career path that I've worked so hard on was a pretty big one, but I can be fairly stubborn. So once I realized game design was where my true passion was going to be, I made the commitment that I was going to start working towards that goal. Thankfully, at the internship I was at, they were supportive of that, and they helped me start working on game design while I was there. And then I started keeping an eye on all possible roles that might be coming up at the industry that was in the area I was in at the time, which was Salt Lake. And I got very fortunate that EA opened up a 3-month contract role. And honestly, like, one of the biggest things I can say for anyone who's looking to get into the industry and thinks this might be their path is start reaching out to folks in the industry, like whether it's connecting with folks on social media or on professional social media sites. Like, so what happened is this role opened up at EA, and a friend had applied for it, and they actually moved him to a different role at the company and reopened the 3-month contract. And then when it reopened, I applied, and they looked at my resume and they're like, well, she's an animator. Why would we talk to her? And it was because my buddy Josh was actually like, trust me, she has an incredible potential to be an amazing game designer. Just bring her in, have her do the game design test, and you'll see. Like, I know her resume doesn't match up, but just take the half an hour to talk to her. I promise she will show you what she has. And had Josh not been willing to, you know, speak up for me and vouch for me when my resume didn't necessarily 100% align for what they were looking at, I never would have gotten the opportunity to get into the game design field. You know, so having that connection, having that friend in the industry really made all the difference in that moment. So networking is invaluable when it comes to the game industry. A lot of it is about who you know. And if you're new and trying to get into the industry and you're nervous about reaching out, this has got to be the most relaxed, chill group of people in any industry I've ever met. Folks are almost always happy to chat with people who are trying to get into the industry, students, people who are interested in making a big career shift, because we've all been there, right? We've all needed help from somebody else in the industry. We all needed just one person to accept when you reach out. So don't be scared to reach out to folks in the industry and start getting to know them.
I am definitely going to pick up that thread a little later with everyone else about networking, the role that's played. I think sometimes it's viewed as this thing of like, oh, you just know this person and then they get you this job. And actually, it's the culmination of doing loads of hard work. So the thing that matters to you and the thing that feels good in terms of just your integrity is also the thing that turns into you getting a job through having good relationships. It's not just like my mate who works at EA.
Yeah, I think that's a good point with what I was saying, where my friend got me the interview. Had I shown up and not been prepared, they would have been like, nope, we were right. This isn't a good fit for you. But I studied so much between the time he told me of the opportunity and going in. Like, I read every possible game design book I could get my hands on and just did a ton of research. So making sure you're prepared for when those opportunities arise is super key.
Right, you worked for it and you earned it, and you happen to have that connection through doing that work and everything else. Okay, cool. Trinidad, let's talk about you, because you obviously, prior to working in D&I, you were a program manager. And I think it's super interesting that you pivoted into your passion, and you did that in game. So tell us a bit about how you went through that process of reflection and how you kind of consciously moved yourself into the role you wanted.
So I worked in D&I prior to being a product manager. So when we got acquired, like, I worked for EMC, and then when we got acquired by Dell, I kind of saw the writing on the wall, and I was like, ooh, I should probably get a job somewhere where they can't fire me. And and so I, too, Laura, networked and had friends in high and low places, and some of them were managers, and they're like, hey, we have this product manager role. We know that this is not I was a program manager at the time in D&I, and they're like, we think that you can do it. Are you willing to take the challenge? And so that meant me moving cross country. So I moved from Boston to Santa Clara, California, and I worked on our data protection. I worked on hardware and software, and it was our bread and butter. And I loved it in the beginning until I realized, I was like, I'm not really passionate about data protection. I mean, I know we need it, but I mean, I'm not changing the world. And at that time I was like, the lead of every ERG you can imagine in Santa Clara. I mean, I had a team, and we had like a like a leadership team, but like I was like black ERG, Asian ERG, LGBT, like every ERG I was the lead on, because they all knew that I was coming from the D&I space, and they're like, oh my God, so great you're here. Yes, help us. And so it was fun. But I just found that I was still that was my passion. Like I would do my work, and then I would focus on developing the people around me. And so I had a moment where I was like, when was the last time I was genuinely happy with my work? Because at that time, work for me it was almost like I'd get it done quickly just so that I could focus on what I love. And so I think at this time, I took time to really reflect, and I was like, when was the last time? And I was talking to my mom, and she was like, when you were doing D&I, you don't remember? You were just like, you were up all hours of the night and you didn't care. And I was like, wow, like you're right. So from that moment on, I only applied to D&I roles. Like I made a very specific decision to not apply, and I was getting hit up for product everywhere, like Google, thank you, Facebook, because they need product managers, and also they need women of color in product management, and so it was like a shoo-in, but at the same time, I felt like that was a distraction, because yes, I love Google. Yes, I love these big companies, but I'm passionate about diversity and inclusion. And if you're not going to accept me in that role, then I can't help you. And so long story short, I literally just applied to D&I roles. And that's how I arrived at Niantic.
Okay, awesome. We are going to talk a little bit more in a couple of minutes about exactly how Trinidad got her job at Niantic, which is a great story, one of my favorites. But before we do that, Daphne, tell us, how did you go? You went from working in Apple to working in Niantic. How did you kind of consciously reflect on what you wanted out of that transition and make it a reality for yourself?
Yeah, that's a great question. I had, up until just before working at Niantic, I had spent my whole career, working lower in the stack. And so I was always, building the stuff that devs needed to do the work that they did that users actually interacted with, which was great because it just was a very interesting vantage point. I got to see up into what developers needed higher up in the stack, but I also was low enough to see into the part of the stacks below me. So into the actual OS, or I worked with drivers at some point. I was doing the work that I did kind of ran the gamut. And so as much as I loved my work at Apple, and really did feel like the contributions I was making were real contributions, I had a hard time. I found frustration with having a hard time explaining to people what exactly I did. And I would be like, oh, I worked on Foundation. And people are like, oh, okay, that's cool. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. I'm like, the reason why you have a rainbow flag emoji is because I wrote that code. The reason why you have a female professional surfer who can be Black is because I wrote the logic for that. That's what I mean. And they're like, oh, wow. And I'm like, yeah. So when I say I worked on Foundation, it's not, but it's I loved being able to work at that level and be able to support devs at that level. But I wanted to switch into a role that was a lot more user facing, where my work was a lot more obvious. And it's I could point to this thing and be like, yeah, here, it is in the game. You can see it very clearly. And so I was really excited about that transition. But I would add really quickly to since we were talking about career switches and kind of that moment when you realize I had mentioned earlier that I took a more traditional CS route into games, but what I did not mention is I took a very weird route into CS, which was I I actually went to my undergrad in New York thinking that I was going to study fashion journalism. And so like that was where I was. I was 18. I moved to New York City. I went to Barnard and I was like, I'm going to work for Vogue and this is going to be my life. And like, it did not work out that way. But it was just kind of funny because it feels like CS found me in a lot of ways. And so, you know, like Trinidad was talking about just kind of like, you had that anecdote of, you know, being willing to put so many hours into D&I. And like, I kind of knew how much I loved programming when I took like a solo trip to Germany once, but had CS homework and ended up I was only there for 24 hours. And I literally spent the whole day at a Starbucks working on building like a network, like a local client and server. And I just like had so much fun just like with my headphones on. I was like, I'm in Munich, like what am I doing? But it was just like the best time ever. So when we talk about like making these career switches, I think oftentimes people get tripped up on this idea of like, find your passion, because like, it just feels like this very overwhelming thing to do. But what I've, you know, turned that into for myself is just like, find your joy, like find where you have fun, find those moments that interest you the most, where you're just like, dang, I could do this all day. Or like, even if it's not all day, it's like, I would prefer to do this over doing this other thing. And like, pay attention to when you have those clues, you know?
Sorry, struggling to unmute myself there. You know what's crazy? I also started in fashion journalism. So the main takeaway is that if you want to work for Niantic, be a fashion journalist for a short amount of time and then just scoot right over and we will welcome you. But let's talk about actual strategy. So I think this is the part that, and actually I was having a conversation with a friend the other day who's looking to kind of pivot a little bit in terms of her industry. And the big thing is like, how do I express all of this experience that I have, which I can see how there is a relationship there with the role I want. And I have obviously these interests in the role I want, but I look at the job description and I'm not like an obvious fit for it, but I think I'd be great. How would you approach that, Daphne, or how did you approach that? Obviously, like there are kind of obvious parallels for you and your role, but I think it'd be great for the audience to hear some tips on that kind of application process and the tailoring of all of that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'll be really blunt. Like when I came to Niantic and expressed interest in a game dev role, I had never worked on Unity, like not, at least definitely not in a production sense. The little bit that I had done on Unity prior was just like game jams on my own time. It wasn't even super extensive. And so like, you know, the team had to know what they were getting and bringing me on board, because we're definitely a Unity shop. And it was really nerve-wracking at first. It was hard to, you know, it was hard for me to justify even to myself that I deserved it because of that. And I feel like that's really where it starts. I was really lucky because like, and I know you mentioned we'll talk about networking later, but like I had known somebody who was at Niantic already and like they were able to put in a good word for me. But like on top of that, I think there also comes a point in your career where your resume just kind of starts to speak for itself, in the sense that like, you know, and I think Niantic is really good about this, but other companies do this as well, where it's just like, you know, maybe you don't have the exact qualities that they're looking for in the list, but they trust that you're capable of doing the work because you have a history of doing great work elsewhere. And so like Niantic was able to look at my history of doing great work elsewhere and be like, okay, you don't know this one tool, but you're a programmer, you can pick it up. That's what programmers do. They learn new tools. So like, we have full faith in your ability to learn new tools. And I was really appreciative of that. I remember like, you know, when I first started at Niantic, like we had a internal hackathon and I wanted to do it because it was a good opportunity for me to like do a bit of a crash course in Unity. And I remember like, you know, it was using this like parts of our platform that were, you know, really awesome, but also very new. And I was experimenting, but a lot of it was also me just like learning how to like set up a Unity project and start from the basics. And so after the hackathon, you know, they wanted us to like present these projects to the whole company. And like it just was very easy and for me to see very early on that like the quality of what I produced was like so much lower than like what everybody else had cranked out. And I was also a one-man team versus like these other teams that were like 3 or 4 people, or they were working on something pre-existing. And I remember right before that, you know, it was a all hands meeting. I was on the phone with my parents 20 minutes beforehand in the lobby of the Ferry building, sobbing because I was like, my coworkers are gonna think I'm stupid. They're gonna think I don't deserve this job. Like they're gonna want to fire me. Like my project looks so dumb. And my parents were like, no, like you just have to like just present it and you're gonna be fine. And I was like, everyone is gonna think I'm so stupid. And so I remember like, you know, I put a smile on my face and I presented the hell out of that thing. And I was just like, okay, I'm just gonna stand by it. And I actually got so much wonderful, like, it was just a great reception. And actually Laura reached out to me and was like, hey, your idea sounds really cool. If you ever want to flesh it out more, like, come talk to me. I can like give you some game design tips. And I was like, this is amazing. So anyway, long story short, like you don't necessarily have to have the exact skills to be good at the job.
I actually really quick want to, you know, having been on the other side of Daphne's story, everyone was blown away by what she was presenting. Everyone was so impressed and thought it was so awesome. I think that's actually a really good lesson for this industry is imposter syndrome is real. It's a real thing. A lot of folks, regardless of the role or the level at which they're in their role, especially when you're starting a new job, feeling like, did I trick them into hiring me? Why am I here? I don't know what I'm doing. Like everyone was blown away by what Daphne had done. So knowing that that was so scary and you were so worried about it is so crazy, because on the other side, we were like, Daphne knows what she's doing. She's amazing, right? So like, just know that those moments of insecurity and fear, they're real, but like, just push through them. And yeah, no one else would have ever guessed, Daphne, that you were nervous. So I think it's a really good lesson that like, just keep pushing forward, and like one way or another, as long as you're doing your best, it'll probably work out.
It makes my heart break a tiny bit, but I also love that lesson. And I try and look out for people that I have worked with who have just backed themselves and they've kind of got what they asked for. And it was almost as simple as that. And I'm like, if I do that, but I also work really hard and just deliver great work, like it does kind of come together. Trinidad, I think the time, just a little bit conscious of time, and I want to talk about networking, but I also really want to talk about your story of kind of how you got into Niantic. I also think it's really important to note that you did apply, right? And so talk us through like, what was your strategy and how did you demonstrate fit with the role?
I can make it short and sweet. Like I applied on a website and I got a call back, and my first conversation was with one of our recruiters. Her name is Angie. And is her name Angie?
Do you mean Angela?
Sorry, yeah.
I'm obsessed with Angela. She is one of my favorite humans.
Why did I say Angie though? Anyways, it's I'm not a morning person. Anyways, long story short, I was just talking to her late last night actually. Angela is amazing. And in our first conversation, she was like, wow, I can hear your passion. Like you light up, like, because she asked me, you know, how have my interviews been? And I was like, yeah, I just had a product manager interview. And I think my tone was like, you know, pretty low. She's like, when you start talking about D&I, you just lit up like a light bulb. And so just talking to her, going through the process, I met some of the wonderful people that work at Niantic on my panel. And I was surprised when I got to the end where I had to meet with the CEO. And that was where I needed all this preparation. You know, I needed to have a PowerPoint and show my 6-month plan. And I mean, I literally prayed over it. I went to every single person that I love and know that I respect and said, hey, can you take a look at this? Can I present it to you? Can I show you? I practiced. And even my mentors, I sent them a rough draft. I was like, hey, can y'all see this? And my ex, one of my ex bosses was like, this is way too long. She's like, you need to cut this down to 5 slides. I was like, what? And that was, I mean, honestly, that was good advice, like understanding our, like how we are at Niantic. So, you know, cut it down. And so my diagram, which was, you know, lovely, which was like, you know, diversity, inclusion, equity, and then, you know, Niantic circle, and there's a heart in the middle, which is, you know, pointing to it, you know, like all of our different, I took the mission and I, you know, put it in like a diagram, and then I put a heart, and that was diversity, equity, inclusion. I said, this should be the heart of Niantic. And in my one-on-one with John, I said, and honestly, if you're not ready to do the work, don't hire me. If you are not interested in actually seeing systemic blockers broken and changed, then I'm not the person for you. And that was one of the best things I ever said and did, because, you know, we talk about imposter syndrome, and yeah, that tries to sneak in, but I was authentically myself from day one. And I have been able to continue to be that because of being authentically myself during all of the interviews, and you know, not code switching, which is so easy to do when you're used to doing it, especially in corporate America. So yeah, and I will say this, like to forward and to go move forward into networking, like doing my research of going on Twitter and befriending people, going on LinkedIn, befriending people, going on Facebook, like, and asking questions from people who were in my network on what I should do, because I've never been in this industry before. That's what held me up. Like, they lifted me as I was trying to climb. And I can't tell you how valuable it is to network, even now. Like, now in my position as D&I, I have external partnerships, and I've been able to have, like, I have a village in the game industry. There's so many people that I went to GDC, I met so many people that I'm like, oh my gosh, yeah, we're gonna be friends forever, you know. And then going to PAX, going to these consumers E3, and just the energy, the people are excited. And when you find people who they become your village, you don't want to get rid of them. And like I said, I'm addicted. I'm not going anywhere. Like, you know, if Niantic fires me, I'm going to find another game industry job. Like, I'm not going anywhere.
Niantic has no plans to fire Trinidad. Clear that one up, to my knowledge. So Laura, let's talk about networking with you then, because you mentioned it right at the beginning. And imagine, like, if someone is wanting to get into game design now, where should they go? Who should they be talking to? Like, what events should they be showing up at?
Yeah, I would definitely encourage anyone who is interested in game design to look at a couple of options. There's the more traditional route, which I went, which was going to an academic program, but that's not the best fit for everyone. I think another really valid route is to be learning and studying and building game design, or building games on your own as well. That's also super valid. I think the key piece between those two is starting to reach out to folks, whether, I think Trinidad mentioned a few things, whether it's on Twitter or LinkedIn, or going to local game jams, or going to local meetups for the games industry. There's a lot of different groups in the games industry that get together often once a month. We're all doing it digitally right now, obviously, but eventually we'll return to doing it in person. Going to conferences and attending conferences related to the games industry is another great way. Just any place you think there might be folks who make games, start looking for those opportunities and start attending. And like I was mentioning earlier, if you're intimidated to approach somebody at one of those events, don't be. We're all, at the end of the day, mostly just a big group of nerds who love video games, right? We're just really passionate about what we do, but it's a lot of people who are just very thoughtful and kind and are excited to talk to people who are excited. And I can say, for those of you who might be in the industry already, like whether you're mid to senior level, the best thing you can do is mentor somebody. So if somebody reach out and they're looking for advice, there's nothing more reinvigorating for your career than talking to somebody who's brand new or is trying to break into the industry. You know, if you're having a rough time, if you've been working really long on a project, mentoring somebody who's brand new and has fresh eyes and is just so excited to take on the industry, it just makes everything so much better. So honestly, like the senior folks in the industry who are mentoring or helping people who reach out are getting just as much back in trade. So please, that's my biggest thing, is just reach out and try to connect with a few folks. And the industry's busy, so don't be upset if it takes folks a while to get back to you, but it's okay to reach out again after a couple of weeks and be like, hey, I'm just checking in again, seeing if you had a chance to get back. Thanks. You know, like follow up is really important in this industry too.
Awesome. Okay, in our final few minutes, Daphne, from an engineering point of view, where should people be going, whether it's for networking or finding job opportunities in the industry?
Honestly, I don't have that much more to add on top of what Laura said. Like, I think everything that you would do if you were interested in trying to learn more about game design, as Laura put it, like you would do the same for engineering. You would like build your own games if that's the route that you want to take. You would read whatever books you can if that is what works better for you. As Laura put it, lots of meetups, lots of game jams. Like there are plenty of opportunities to go out and meet people and just reach out to them. Yeah, I mean, you know, Laura put it so well, so I feel like I can't I can't add.
Okay, cool. Well, Trinidad, keep me honest on this, but I think we're pretty much at time. We are. Okay. Well, thank you everyone so much for joining, and thank you to our wonderful panelists. I say it's been lovely to catch up with you. I catch up with you anyway, but it's been especially lovely to catch up with you and hear from you right now. If you are interested in getting into games, do check out our careers site. I believe it is careers.nianticlabs.com, where you can see all of our openings across all of our locations globally. And you are perfectly welcome to reach out to any of us as well if you want any kind of tips or advice. You can find me on LinkedIn because I am really boring and not very much on Twitter. My name is Kit Gilbert. Let's go through the group as well and tell people where they can find you. Trinidad, where should people follow you or reach out to you?
I am on LinkedIn as well, first name, last name, Trinidad Hermina, but I'm also on Twitter at This Is Trini, and on Discord at This Is Trini, Twitch. You could find me at This Is Trini pretty much anywhere. And This Is Trini is just This Is TRINI.
Awesome. Laura, how about you?
I am also on LinkedIn. Full name is Laura Warner, so if you just search for that, it should bring up my profile. And then you can also find me on Twitter. I am at Laura WQF, so that's LAURA WQF.
Cool. And Daphne?
Also on LinkedIn, Daphne LaRose. And I'm actually don't use Twitter because I just find Twitter so incredibly overwhelming. But I'm definitely on Instagram, so you can find me at Life Is Sweet Good. I use that handle for everything.
That's very inspiring. I wish I had slightly more imaginative handles now. Well, thank you so much, everyone. I hope you've enjoyed this panel, and that is it from us. Thank you. Bye.
Hello everyone, this is Kevin from Treasure Coast Games, here to give you a quick introduction to our game, Hamster Scramble. Hamster Scramble is a brand new fusion between two familiar genres, a platformer and a match 3 puzzle game. It's separated into two distinct sections, the puzzle boards up above and the platforming stage below. In most puzzle games, you just have the game board and throw pieces at it from a static location. In Hamster Scramble, however, you have full control over a character in the stage below. It is also here that the hamsters will scramble. The hamsters enter from the top of the stage via pipes running up the sides of the area, and loop back up when they reach the bottom. In order to make matches on the puzzle board, players will have to chase down and catch the hamsters. Each hamster has a color, and when caught, becomes a ball of the same color carried by the player. The player can then aim and throw the ball at the board to try and make matches. Making matches sends orbs at the opponent's board, filling up a meter that adds a line when full, pushing the opponent's board downward. If a player's board hits the center line, they lose. The platforming and puzzles themselves are rather straightforward, so I'll skip to the fun part, swapping. In Hamster Scramble, making matches isn't the only way to attack your opponent. Players also have the ability to swap into their opponent's side of the stage for a limited time. While there, you can harass your opponent and disrupt their game plan by throwing balls at their board, stealing their hamsters for yourself, or straight up finishing them off. Players can defend themselves from an invading opponent by attacking them, which will knock their hamsters out of their hands and stun them for a short time. Finding the right times and positions to swap is key to getting the most out of it. Each stage in Hamster Scramble has its own unique look, platform layout, and mechanics, such as slippery ice platforms and bubbles that catch hamsters and carry them upward. Players will have to adjust their strategies depending on which stage they are playing in. In our demo here at PAX Online, up to 4 players can enjoy local and online multiplayer in 4 of the game's stages. There's also the Hamster Village to explore, and a taste of the game's single-player content as well. So please come try out the game, and have a great time at PAX Online!
Hi, I'm Gareth Damian Martin, the solo developer behind In Other Waters. In Other Waters is a narrative exploration game that casts you as the AI assistant to a xenobiologist as they explore and study an alien ocean. played through a unique interface that offers a distinct perspective on the water world of Gliese 667cc. In Other Waters paints the picture of a unique and complex ecology through an immersive array of signals, descriptions, and sounds. As well as offering a compelling mystery as you help Ellery Vass track missing scientist Dr. Minei Nomura and uncover the complex history of this planet. In Other Waters also rewards free exploration and scientific study. With detailed taxonomy entries complete with biological sketches to be unlocked for each creature. Imagined as an alternative to the militaristic and colonial focus of most science fiction, In Other Waters is a game about humanity's relationship to the ecologies that surround us, and our insatiable curiosity about the natural world. In a time of climate crisis and ecological destruction, can we imagine a different future, or are we doomed to repeat the mistakes of our species' past? Find out in this unique and beautiful dive into another world. Available now on PC, Mac, and Nintendo Switch.
What do you think it's like? Here. Being a kid in the hospital. How do we feel? Are we all the same? No. We are each our own, different. Some of us are here for an hour, some of us, months. We all experience different things, but we all share one thing. We all just want to be kids. And that's where you come in. Because of you, we have a new way to play, a new way to make things better. And you helped us get just the right people to make it all happen, including one of the first gaming technology specialists in the country.
Every day I get to come into work and use technology to help kids feel better. This includes gaming on consoles, it also includes 3D printing, and even includes immersive technology such as augmented and virtual reality. Not only do we use this technology for fun, but we also get to use it to help kids get through treatments and for procedure supports so they can heal faster and get home quicker.
It feels like you're a kid again when you're playing video games.
Not only that, because of Child's Play, we also have the world's first child life medical director.
Not only do I get to help develop and manage these programs, I get to promote the mission of child life throughout Children's Hospital Colorado and the community.
And you help us figure out how to do all this even better.
We're conducting research on how we can use these new and emerging technologies to establish best practices to benefit our patients and families, to improve the experiences, and how we can leverage this technology in really fun and innovative ways.
So, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for helping us be kids. Thank you for helping us play. Thank you for helping us heal.
Nine Witches Family Disruption is a 2D pixel art action-adventure game set during World War II, where the mysterious Occlude SS Division is using an evil curse in a desperate attempt to change the course of the war. As you explore over 60 colorful and beautiful pixel art style locations, you will encounter over 40 characters with a range of entertaining, humorous personalities, which can be crude, sympathetic, gloomy, or sarcastic, but always bizarre. It's a single-player game with dual character control. You'll be able to switch between Professor Krakowitz, who is confined to a wheelchair, but able to commune with the dead, and his Japanese assistant Akiro, who are sent undercover to resolve the supernatural phenomena occurring in the rural Norse town. Akiro collects interesting items to store in the inventory and takes notes about objectives and clues. Professor Krakowitz gets goosebumps and a blue aura around his body when he senses the presence of spirits and is able to enter the astral plane, an invisible world between life and death. There he is able to communicate with lost souls to gather further information that will help solve the case. The game is full of puzzle-solving elements that involve sneaking into enemy territory in disguise, solving riddles, finding clues and missing keys hidden inside mystical artifacts, and many more well-known adventure game mechanics like Western-style standoffs and gunfights.
Hi, everybody. I'm Rafael Bocamazzo, better known as Dr. B. I'm the clinical director of Take This, the first mental health nonprofit to serve the game community. Make sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook at TakeThisOrg. Well, our mission is to educate people on mental health topics, and that's what we're here to do today. We're going to talk about burnout, especially in creative professions. Now, we hear the term burnout all the time, but what is it? We hear about people working too hard and it leads to burnout, so they're exhausted, right? Well, burnout is more than that. If burnout was just about overwork, we could take a vacation and fix it. Yes, exhaustion from overwork is a big part of burnout, but the second part is a sense of ineffectiveness. You're not just overworked. You don't feel like you can do anything about it. You don't feel like you can hit your goals. You don't feel like you can, do really anything right in your job. More than that, there's a sense of cynicism that goes along with burnout. You just don't care anymore. You're not just overworked and don't think you can do anything about it. You don't care about your goals. You don't care about your fans. You don't care about even maybe why you started doing what you do in the first place. Nothing matters anymore. These three things together combine to create a chronic psychological condition that we know as burnout. But what do we do about it? Well, some common strategies are to one, take breaks. We have this myth, especially in creative fields, that if you're not constantly working, you're not going to make it or you're, going to lose your position. But the truth is, taking breaks actually makes your work better. The research is pretty clear on this one that taking breaks allows you to work more effectively. Another one, especially for those of us who are working at home, creating a sense of work-home separation. And there's a lot of ways to do that. Maybe it's only working during certain set hours. Maybe it's not answering emails outside those hours. Maybe it's having a separate workspace. I don't know. Try it out. Get creative for you. Figure out what works for you. A third thing, especially if you are doing what you love for a job, is having new things to do outside of work that have nothing to do with your job. For me, that's cooking. I love to cook, and it has nothing to do with video games, tabletop games, or mental health. I love it. Creating measurable goals can be an effective way of fighting that sense of inefficacy. Maybe you pick 3 things to do that day, and if you can hit those 3 things, everything else is just gravy. Maybe you create weekly goals. I don't know. Again, figure out what works for you. But finally, aligning your goals and your job with your values can help fight that sense of cynicism. If you're doing something that you're morally not aligned with, that can be a really hard thing to do. So change your content to meet what's important to you. If you enjoyed this, please make sure to check out takethis.org for more mental health information, and please enjoy the rest of PAX, everybody.
And welcome to You Don't Look Gay, Queer Woman in Esports. I am your moderator for the next hour, Dr. M, also known as GamerDoc. So we're all here because we love gaming, right? For most of us, it's our favorite pastime. For some of us, it's giving us careers, and it's what's helped us through, this pandemic that's going on right now. But gaming has a inclusivity and a toxicity problem. No matter who you are, as soon as you go online, you have experienced toxicity, right? It doesn't matter who you are. But for certain people, like women, the LGBTQ population, and people of color, that toxicity is much, much worse. So let's look at the statistics. In a 2018 survey, it was found that up to 56% of women face toxicity when they're gaming. And what that means is that 54% of the time women were asked for sexual favors, and almost 10% of the time received death threats. So how do women combat that? 70% of the women surveyed reported they avoided verbal communication. And anyone who's ever tried to play competitive gaming knows that verbal communication is essential. So this gets much worse when you get into the competitive fields, okay? So if you look at the top 500 earners at the end of 2018, top 500 esports earners. One of them is a woman. One. In the top 500, one person's a woman. That's the state of the industry. So how do we fix it? Right? What do we do? We're going to sit around and talk about it, or we're going to like make some changes? So before I introduce our panelists and before I turn it over to our experts, I want to say that this panel is going to contain topics of homophobia, transphobia, sexism, racism, and other forms of oppression. So if that is triggering to you, you might want to sit this one out. Welcome, panelists. Do you think you could go around and introduce yourselves and give us a little bit of background?
Sure. So I am Celis. I am a molecular biologist by trade, but within the gaming industry, I am a streamer, and I focus specifically on gaming and mental health. During the weeks, I play video games, and on weekends, I have a show where we break down self-care and mental health topics from a scientific perspective.
I'm Dash. I'm a sports broadcaster. I also am a Twitch streamer who plays a variety of games, and I am LGBT.
I'm Nano Pierogi. A lot of people call me Nano or Pierogi. I'm a Twitch streamer. I play a variety of games. I play a lot of Overwatch offline. I'm about to go pro in Fall Guys. You know, I'm just so good at it. And I'm also LGBT. I identify as queer.
Hey, so I'm Kendrix. I'm a esports marketer. So I predominantly work with advertising, social media, and all kinds of fun stuff with esports organizations. And I identify as a bisexual poly woman. And I don't stream, but I do lots of cool journalist stuff on the side, like write articles and interview professional players. So that's fun.
You're also very close to going pro in Fall Guys as well.
No, we're not gonna lie about that part. I'm the cheerleader. I'm the moral support of any team, but I am not a pro player.
I'm Dr. M. Like I said before, I'm a medical doctor who treats video gamers. I also run a show for the National Women's Hockey League, and I am the president of Queer Women of Esports, a nonprofit organization dedicated to advocating for the LGBTQ population in competitive gaming.
I'm Dr. Sarah Hayes. I am a geeks technology individual. I also work as the vice president of Queer Women of Esports, and in my spare time I also contribute clinical content to Take This and do some streaming in a variety of places.
So we've established that you guys are all kind of cool, and some of us have a little bit more esports skills than others when it comes to Fall Guys. But as I kind of touched on in the intro, toxicity exists for everyone, right? Like, if you're logging on online, you're going to face toxicity no matter who you are. But for certain populations, it tends to be a little bit worse than others. So, you know, going around, whoever has anything strong to say, have you personally experienced toxicity in gaming, and how do you deal with it?
Sorry, it's just like, I love that question. Have you personally experienced, and like all of us, like with dead eyes at the camera, like of course we have. Yeah. I mean, I can speak to that a little bit. I play a lot of video games in general, a lot of first-person shooters, everything from CS:GO, Valorant, Overwatch, and especially, I would say oddly enough, especially in first-person shooters, like the second that you turn your mic on to say anything, it's just a comment like, you know, can you make me a sandwich, to much more vulgar things. And sometimes it's just incredibly casual. Like, it's this kind of like casual sexism and casual like racism, and gods forbid that like my girlfriend say something in the background, or I speak to her and then they realize that I am like a queer person as well, because all of a sudden it's like, oh no, there's even more stuff to throw onto that.
Yeah, I started. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I don't play first-person shooters. I'm the person in Skyrim who creeps around, like literally just creeps until I find someone, then takes 5 minutes to line up a shot. But I play MOBAs, particularly Dota, and I remember when I first got into it, every time you turn on your mic, because Dota's a very vocal game, it would be 4 people screaming at me about like, what size bra do I have? Go make me a sandwich. Or do I have a boyfriend? Or, you know, back in the day, what's your Skype username? I'm dating myself. But like, it would be like this constant stream of harassment about either proving that I'm a woman, giving into their whims because I'm a woman, or not being good enough at the game because I'm a woman. And so it didn't matter what I did. It didn't matter what anyone else would say. It was just constant thing. And then it turned into, well, if I want to enjoy the game, I have to turn off my mic because it's either saving my mental health or saving the game. And a lot of the times we're faced with this challenge of you either play and deal with the harassment or you turn it off for your own mental health, but probably not do as well, because most of the games that we're into, particularly the esport titles, communication is integral to the success of a game. And so how do you balance playing a game and wanting to be good and successful with, you know, your own mental health and having to look out for yourself in that game?
So excuse my noob question because I don't play a lot of MOBAs. Bra size isn't included in your stats?
Not. I petitioned and sent emails to Valve being like, I really feel like people need to know this about me. Like,
Right,
it's
yeah.
integral to, like, you know, if I'm a
Definitely.
support player, obviously I have a size 34D. Like, that's just, it just goes hand in hand, right?
Yeah, of course. Cool.
Someone's side.
So I started gaming when I was in middle school. My siblings and I pulled our money. We got an Xbox and we got Halo and DDR. But like I played so much Halo with my brother, and I was 13. I did not know better. Also, the Twilight books had just started coming out, so my username was like Vampire Girl. There were like X's in there or something, so people knew I was a girl right away. It was so cringy, but like, okay. But as soon as I would say something on voice chat, or even if people saw my name, they would start harassing me in voice chat. And it got to the point where I wouldn't play on my own account. I would just play as a guest on my brother's and not use a mic. And that was at 13. That was like 13, 14 when I started gaming. I was exposed to stuff that I didn't know what it meant at that point. Like, I was pretty protected at that point, and I was like, I don't know what these people are saying to me, but I know some of it, and it's bad. So I just stopped using voice chat, and then fast forward to my adult life, I started playing Overwatch. I've been playing Overwatch for probably a year and a half now, at least. I haven't used voice chat up until recently. It was actually after our last panel that we were talking about how sometimes, like, being vocal in the game can actually help other women feel more comfortable. But like what Kendrick was saying, it holds you back from playing competitive or something. I've never played competitive Overwatch because I've been afraid to use voice chat. And for the first time I'm doing my placements, I'm pretty sure I'm going to be bronze. But like for the first time I'm actually doing placements in Overwatch because I'm like, if I have to make a call out or something, I feel comfortable doing that now. But it took a lot to finally get here. And we still have a long way to go, so.
Yeah, I kind of grew up the same way. So as a kid, I always gamed with my brother. That's how I got into gaming. He had a console, and I always wanted to be player 2, no matter how badly he did not want me to play with him. And I loved it. He played a lot of first-person shooters, so that's where I grew my love for first-person shooters. And as I got older, I started to play games that had communities that were quote-unquote very toxic. I played a lot of Grand Theft Auto. I played first-person shooters. I played games that it was brutal to be on voice comms. I still remember the first time I did join a voice comm chat. It was Call of Duty Black Ops. And I finally got the guts to turn on my mic. The second I did, I was bombarded completely with just messages. The accounts would not stop messaging me after the game saying how bad I was. And I actually was the top one out of the whole match, but that's a different story. I got death threats, I got all these kind of things, and ever since then I refused to use my mic. That was when I was playing on console, and now I play on a PC, and I still don't use comms, and I've tried so hard to learn how to do it by my keyboard and call out shots that way, but I just really wish I could use it without having that fear again.
I once had someone question whether it was as bad as I made it out to be, because they couldn't fathom the idea that I would be bombarded with so much negativity and harassment in a game as simple as Dota. And so I remember I like had my headphones on and the game queued up and we got into the match, and I said something like, I'm going bottom, which is just to say like which lane I was going into. And then I took the headset off and I handed it to them and they put them on, and it was like near instantaneous. It was just split second, all of the harassment started. No one stopped pinging me, and they took it off, and they're like, that's what you do with every game? I was like, yeah, maybe once in a while I'll get a nice game where someone doesn't say something as like deflammatory or as bad as this, but like, yeah, if I use voice comms, this is what I get. There is no way around it. And using a voice modulator, why should I have to change my voice to accommodate harassment that's in game perpetrated by somebody else?
Yep.
Shouldn't have to.
No. And like Dash said, you like if you like I'm sure we'll talk about it later, but like the idea of not having competitive women in esports, where does it start? It starts here, where if you can't talk about it before you've even played competitive play, how are you going to get the courage, or how are you going to get the strength to go through all that abuse because you're so passionate when we know that that's what we're faced with?
Yeah.
Growing up, that's part of why I didn't even play MOBAs. I didn't play MMORPGs. I ended up writing my dissertation on individually played role-playing and story-driven games because I found solace in them. I started playing games in high school when I was friends with basically all guys because, you know, I didn't want to be friends with girls because I wasn't out and I wasn't willing to look at any of that. But, you know, it's also a story for another day. But I would play the games and just be tired of the verbal harassment and tired of the like either hand holding or like, oh my god, it's a girl, can I just help usher you to the winner's chair? It's like, no, I don't want either of those things. I just want to play the game just like everybody else. So I ended up for a long time not playing any multiplayer games unless they were couch co-op. And it leaves such a poor taste in everybody's mouth, and it pushes people out of the industry when there could be a really diverse and rich community, but instead we're all just kind of like, nah, fam, thanks. Not interested.
And you guys are all bringing up really important topics that kind of lead to my next question. So this really cool study was going around Twitter recently, and it was a 2015 study on Halo 3. And it found that when women were present, less skilled male players were much more likely to make sexist comments, and higher skilled male players were more likely to respond favorably. So it's this concept of women, poorly performing males tend to be more threatened by women because they have the societal hierarchy and they want to keep it that way, and women coming in and usurping them was not favorable. And we're talking about voice chat, and voice chat is integral to competitive play. Unless you're playing Hearthstone or unless you're playing a single player game, communication is the basis of any team-based activity. And so from very early on, women are pushed out of voice chat because of the things that we all just mentioned, and that leads to them not playing at a higher level, because if you can't use voice chat, you can't compete at a higher level. So aside from that, in all of your opinions, why aren't there more women in competitive gaming?
Ooh, I want to answer. Sorry, I raised my hand a lot. So there's a variety of reasons, but one of the ones that always sticks out to me is, so I've done a lot of interviews. That's how I started in esports, was by doing interviews with professional players. And I would get the occasional interview with a coach or with someone who was in management, especially like years ago, when the conversation about why there weren't women in esports was very present. And the answer that a lot of people would have is they were worried about the team dynamics. They were worried about like what having a female would do to the other men on the team, and would they be distracted, and like could they perform at the same level, and like having to like navigate that challenging having a woman on the team and having the men distracted would like flash me back to high school, middle school, with heaven forbid I would feel my shoulder straps or my bra strap and I would have to go change because the men or the boys couldn't handle themselves. So before we even get into the question of like, why aren't there women at the competitive level, it's the question of people are worried about how the men will respond to the team dynamics or how they'll respond to having a woman on the team. And that to me is like, I don't understand why that's a problem. Like if we can have women in the workplace, which some workplaces we can't still because same issue, but if you can be in society on a bus next to a woman or buying a coffee, there's no difference between working with a woman in an office setting versus working with women on a team. You're all going towards the same goal. You're all working towards the same accomplishments, but yet this team dynamic and the men's feelings are so heavily weighed over maybe there's a woman who is good enough to be on this team, and actually giving her the opportunity to just work with the team. And that was the biggest. Sorry.
I would also like to point out that as a woman who is attracted to women, I've never found myself like so distracted by a woman's voice or by like a woman's physique that I've been unable to function I mean, it's not like I'm like, damn, she's so hot. I've forgotten how to push a button on my keyboard. Like that's not how it works.
No, it really, and like that's the other thing. And when you raise that argument, it even adds even more layers because they can't backpedal and they can't figure out how to get out of that one. When it's like we, as queer women, you can navigate having even a crush, like even having a crush on someone in high school when you have like a girl partner and you're like, you still get the work done, you still work together, you still get the A if you're me, you still work towards a common goal. Versus somehow in esports, these men's egos and their inability to work with women or even try to is part of the problem. It's that roadblock.
And like, if I think about it, and this is probably more a personal opinion, I don't know, but esports, when you say you're a competitive esports player, you're gonna get looks no matter who you are, right? Even men can't be taken seriously in some aspects. If they're like, I'm a professional esports player, they're like, okay, that's cute. So the fact that men are already struggling with that, women come in and they say, I want to be a part of this, most of the time they're going to get shot down right away because within this community, there's so many times that are like, oh, you're a woman, there's no way you are as good to compete, or you can't compete on the same level, which is not true. But that roadblock there is how crazy esport is compared to other jobs. People can't take it seriously, so there's this other layer to, oh, well, if you're a woman in this industry, good luck.
Yeah. Broad scale gaming has this problem, like being a member of the games industry. In academics, for example, if you say I'm doing a research study on video games, people will scoff and roll their eyes at you. I can't tell you how many colleagues I have who are like trying to fight their dissertation chairs, which is the person who's in charge of like helping them finish writing and push it forward through to the university and allow them to graduate. They're like, no one will take this seriously. There's no careers in this field. There's nothing you can do. It's just a pastime. Which, by the way, there are now, I think, the statistic this week, which is sometime in August 2020, there are now 3 billion people who endorse playing video games in the United States this year. So,
how many people are in the United States?
Is it U.S. or global? Maybe it's globally.
Maybe global. I don't know if there's 3 billion
global.
in the U.S.
U.S. The U.S. That's silly of me. But I can tell you, based on 2019 ESA stats, that 7 out of 10 United States households have a dedicated gaming console on them. So it's a big thing, and half of the argument is having to legitimize the field, and half of the argument is having to, and never mind the whole like esports aren't sports. Okay, not even going there. But then also there's the bit about like, even last week, again, August 2020, I saw for an esports tournament entry and the team regulations, no more than 1 female identifying team member per team. Why? Explain that to me. Why? In this competition, they're regulating the genders of the participants per team.
Oh, wait. So, hold on, because I misunderstood. I thought you were saying that they had not chosen, but like the regulation was not more
the rules.
Holy,
the rules stated that. Is that legal? I'm not going to call out who it was, but it's a legitimate thing.
So one of the biggest problems is esports isn't regulated when you think about it. Like there is no governing body for esports as a whole, let alone game titles themselves. Like Valve barely steps in when they need to. Riot does when they're pushed to the brink of utter collapse. Like there is no regulation. So if a third-party organizer wants to be like, I'm throwing this tournament, here's $500,000, they can come up with anything they want, and they can make any rules they want. And I mean, I kind of like on a separate but related issue, when we do create things that are focused for people who identify as women, and such as like there's been a couple CS:GO tournaments that are for women only, then you get this giant backlash of why do women get their own league? Why do women have their own tournament with their own sponsors? Like, why is this even a thing? Like, why can't men enter? And then you're like, because you have regulations like that, because you have roadblocks where you won't let them participate on teams, or they're not good enough, or the men can't handle not having a female on their team, let alone as a team manager. So of course we're going to try to find ways to include women and to give them opportunities and to give them the growth that they deserve. But then when we do that, we're met with this extreme backlash of, well, it's not fair.
And speaking as someone who played in an all-women's competitive Fortnite tournament last weekend, no big deal. Women's only tournaments, women only professional teams and orgs are essential. Do we love that they're essential? Of course not. You know, the fact that we would love to play co-ed, we would love to play in, mixed teams and mixed tournaments. But the thing is that in order to play at that high level, you need to have a training space that you can feel comfortable in, right? You need to compete against people who make you feel supported, and you don't want to leave as soon as you join because people are making racist, sexist jokes in the Discord chat. For me, I was going to get very involved in esports before I went to medical school, and the community that I joined to train was terrible. It was absolutely terrible. So I left. Women-only spaces provide that ability to grow and provide that ability to train together without having to worry about this stuff.
I mean, right. So I actually wanted to touch on something that you said, because it's not just the sexism, like there's also very casual racism, like within gaming spaces. I've had times when I am playing with people that I played with like online, and all of a sudden one of them says a racial slur, and it's one of those things where like I'll pause and be like, you realize, like, I know you can't see me, but you realize that I'm not white, right? Like, you realize that's not cool, and you just have to walk away. And I actually had one person respond to me with something along the lines of like, oh, you're not white, does that mean I shouldn't say that in front of you? It's like, no, it means you shouldn't say that at all. But like the like casual racism, I think, kind of goes hand in hand with the casual sexism
and heterosexism. Like, yeah, I can't tell you how many times I've heard the word fag.
Oh, so
I would bet that if we each had $1 for every time we heard that word when playing a game, we would be so wealthy.
so wealthy.
Yeah, I literally got it in my Twitch chat like 2 days ago because I made the mistake of streaming just chatting before I played Fall Guys. Like,
how dare you?
It's something that I see it a lot. I see it a lot in Overwatch text chat too. But even aside from that, because like outside of that, being the one that looks straight, I'm very straight passing. Kind of what Celestima was saying is they don't realize it applies to you. So they're like, oh, now I don't see it around you, and it's like I kind of feel like I'm at an advantage because I'm like, oh, now I know what kind of person you actually are, because you say those things in front of me, because you don't realize you should filter yourself in front of me. But at the same time, that can be exhausting, and it's like I don't want to have to be exposed to the awful side of people.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a lot in Overwatch still.
And this is like goes back to what we were saying earlier. Online gaming is toxic for everyone, right? Even if you're a cis white man, you're going to be the target of toxicity. If you're a woman, that gets worse, and then if you are a person of color, that gets much worse. If you're an LGBTQ individual, that gets much worse, and then if you're multiple of those things, you're screwed, right? So aside from us sitting here and talking about it and drawing attention to it, what do we need to do? What can be done to make gaming, to make esports more inclusive for people who aren't cis white men?
I think the first most obvious thing that comes to mind is like, for me, it's like, oh, well, I'm going to use voice chat. I'm going to let other women know that I'm here. But like for anyone who's not a woman or who's not being subject to that kind of harassment, speak, even if it's text chat, say something, report them, like, because so many times I have gotten harassed in chat and like, I'll be like, what the heck, dude? Like, why you gotta be like that? And it'll just be silent. Like no one else will say anything. And it's like if you're not standing up for me, I assume that you're okay with it. I'm assuming that you're on their side. And it feels really isolating. And that's part of why it's so bad. Because if every time I was treated that way in chat, my teammates stood up for me, I would feel a whole lot better about using voice chat. Like I would just feel a whole lot better about ever speaking up.
I've had like actual conversations with friends because I agree like 100%. I know, like I can't tell you how many times that I've had to defend myself and get in those arguments and be like, this isn't cool, the language needs to change, and it's exhausting. And then I subsequently turn around to my team and I'm like, where are you guys? Like being a bystander is equally as bad as being the perpetrator, because when you're the bystander in that situation, you are also the perpetrator because you're not doing anything to change it, and your silence is accepting the behavior, it's accepting the abuse, it's accepting and saying it's fine for this guy to do it, and that's not okay. And I've had conversations with friends, specifically some guy friends, where they're like, oh yeah, I'm an ally, like, oh yeah, like I told like women in gaming, it's so toxic, like we need to make it better. And I'll be like, So how many times have you started a conversation when you've heard a friend of yours playing in game and saying something shitty, or even someone that you don't know? How many times have you voluntarily jumped in, not knowing the person who's getting abused? And
Honestly,
sorry.
Oh no, I was gonna say the amount of times that like I have been in a chat with people and you'll hear people say like, "Oh, dude, like that's not okay," or like that's not cool, but then they go ahead and they just do the same thing, or like they tell me to ignore it.
Yeah.
Like, is that what I'm supposed to do every single time someone harasses me?
Yeah.
Just ignore it every time? Like that seems to me like it's not working, because that's what I've been doing up to now. That's what we've all been doing. But part of the problem is that because we ignore it every time we encounter it, people just think it's okay. So like just calling, and I feel like calling people out does make people very uncomfortable sometimes, but like fuck it.
Good.
Yeah,
Be
well,
uncomfortable.
I definitely feel like there's an element of even well-intentioned people, like they might be caught off guard and like not really know what to say or something. And I kind of understand that, because like the first time you experience something like that, you're like, did that just happen? And maybe that's just me because I don't have a fight or flight response. I like freeze. I don't know how to react to things. So I can kind of understand that. But after it happens once, like you gotta know it's gonna happen again. You can prepare, even just like call it like hate, like don't say that stuff like that. Like calling someone out just simply, like, and it's, you have to think on your feet sometimes, but I can understand people who don't know how to deal with that because they don't experience it a lot.
Yeah.
But once you know it's happening, you have to train yourself to deal with it, to stick up for your friends if you actually want to be part of the solution.
So I feel like this is a great step one, right? Over the next 20 minutes, we're probably going to come up with a lot harder things to fix this, right? We're going to come up with some multi-step processes that are going to take years. But step one is be an ally. And don't just be an ally. Don't just like hashtag he for she. Like when stuff happens, stick up for people. And you, not just if you know them, stick up if you know it's wrong. Silence is the language of the oppressor. Stick up for people. Act. It doesn't get easier from here, right? What are some other ways that you guys think we can, and also maybe not saying you guys because that's not inclusive, but other ways to, y'all build. What are some other ways that y'all can build diversity in this community?
My thing is like you have to go straight to people that are game developers and who have power, right? No one's gonna listen all the time to your buddies or your friends. Sometimes, yes, we are influenced by our friends, but when it's so toxic like this, those people that are that toxic will go to another toxic community. So one, like we said, establish a good community. But within game developers and within these cultures, when I report someone for saying certain terms, certain actions, they need to take action every single time. There are words that we know are unacceptable. There are times that they need to know what's being said over voice chat and we need to report it, right? Just let that be handled by that company. Let these companies also. I'm tired as playing a straight white dude in video games. I know everyone else is, and I know communities and games are starting to be better about that. I need the hero to be an LGBT street like gamer just for once. One character that is the hero and not the side story, right? There's a couple, but they're rarely the hero that you get to pick and be.
And I don't want to be like 6 months later. By the way, did you know this hero that we created back then is actually gay? And they actually did all this stuff, but it's just not in the script, and you don't see it, but it's 100% there. Like, just believe us on that. Like, no.
Dumbledore.
But J.K. Rowling is problematic in so many other ways. This is a non-turf space. No, so one of the other things I think that might be important is to make connections with other like queer gamers, women of color, like yeah, exactly. And there's like power in numbers and just making those connections. I mean, even when I'm playing like Valorant or Overwatch and I hear someone who's like a girl, like afterwards, like usually if I will start talking in a game, if there's like another girl present or another woman present in the game, she'll start talking too. And after a while, we just like start talking to each other, and then half the time, like more than half the time, we just end up being like friends after the game and then playing together, and that makes for a much better experience later on. And it's also guys to gang up on you when you're playing together. And you shouldn't have to, but it's another way.
I do want to have like one point. I'm sorry, Dr. Hayes. I saw you go, but I just need to jump on this. One of the things that I recognized I was doing way like many years ago was I would get so excited in game, especially Dota, when I would hear another woman on my team. It's like you get matched so infrequently with another woman that when I would hear another woman, I like feel this sense of relief and excitement, like, oh my god, there's another woman, and I have someone, and I'd be like, whoa. And I would like take a step back and I'd recognize that like that type of excitement and that type of like hyping it up isn't toxic, but it's not great because then I'm again making this like a unique thing. And I think part of the problem is like taking that like I don't want to say spark, but like that hype that hearing another woman or seeing another woman in game, like bringing that down, like being excited and feeling like you have an ally in game, but also recognizing that you bring the energy to the game as well. And if you make this a magical like unicorn type experience where oh my god it's another woman, you're feeding the same type of energy that guys are bringing to the game. So it's like be excited and be happy and like support them in game, but also recognize that you need to be aware of the type of energy you're bringing.
True or false? You've actually said, "Are you a grill?"
Oh yeah, 100%.
True.
True.
Dr.
I've
Hayes,
said
hit us with that.
I'm a grill.
I am grill.
Dr. Hayes, hit us with that knowledge you're ready to drop on us.
Yeah, and it's a doozy, so I've been holding because I know that like there's difficult things, and then I'm gonna take you on a journey for about a minute and 30 seconds. I don't know if that's a true amount of time, but I'm gonna aim for that. When it comes to privilege, and I say this with a heavy grain of salt, knowing that I am a cis white woman, be prepared to become uncomfortable, and be prepared to do this for the long haul. By the way, Black Lives Matter, POC lives matter. Not that anybody else doesn't matter, but right now we need to address the inequality that's happening. We always need to address the inequality that's happening, and part of the problem fundamentally is that it's systematically based. It's built into the systems that we know as a society. It's passed down from generation to generation. The words we use, the way we conduct our business, the way in which like juries are selected, the ways in which housing is sold, the way in which we create voting districts. There's so many layers here. So I'm not saying like tackle all of it at once. It's going to be an ongoing thing. You're going to be exhausted. I promise you're not as exhausted as those who are oppressed. So be prepared to get uncomfortable, stay uncomfortable. And when you are challenged on something, say that I used a term that was offensive to someone else and they called me on it. Say that someone calls you out for saying something offensive. Say that you use the word fag in the heat of the moment and someone's like, hey man, it's really not cool. Be prepared to be uncomfortable in that moment and feel the instantaneous reaction inside of you be defensive. That comes from a point where you don't mean to hurt anybody, usually. I mean, sometimes people mean to hurt people, and that's just terrible. But when you don't mean it and you use an offensive term, or you're unaware of why saying it's black and white is offensive, or using terms like master bedroom is offensive, or different things, different layers. And if you don't know the things I just mentioned, please go Google them and change your language. Know that first you're defensive internally, usually because you don't mean to hurt anybody, you don't mean to be discriminatory, and the way you're trying to approach the world is with respect, sure. But when someone challenges you, you have to swallow your pride and be willing to say, hey, I didn't mean to offend you, I'm really sorry. I'll work on that behavior, that word, that choice. And sometimes it's easier to be challenged by, well, oftentimes it's easier to be challenged by someone of similar status or privilege. So this is going out to all you cishet white guys. Challenge other people. Don't steamroll everybody else. Don't white knight your way into like, I will defend all of the women in Overwatch. Like, no. That's not what we're asking for. But we're saying like, if you hear something and people aren't speaking up and you can see the dynamics happening, say something, because it's easier to swallow from somebody of similar privilege because we can always write things off with excuses and stereotypes when it's not. So it takes all of us. That's what real allyship is. Challenging yourself and your stereotypes, getting uncomfortable, and being willing to stick your neck out for everybody else.
You just blew my mind with that master bedroom comment. I never heard that before, but I understand. And a really good
built in the system, though. It's built in the system.
So
we have to work on all the terms.
Yeah. If you're getting uncomfortable, that means there's probably a grain of truth to what they're saying. So the other day I was like patching a hole in my bathroom and I was painting, and I went downstairs and my roommate called and was like, you just got paint all over our floor. And I was like, no, I didn't. Like, I was not defensive. I was like, I did not get paint all over the floor. And it turns out my dog had walked through the paint tray and then walked all over the floor. But it's like, I wasn't defensive because I was like, I know I'm right. But like, if you're getting defensive, if you feel uncomfortable, chances are there's a grain of truth to it, right? Because we tend to get more defensive when we know people are right? That's why we put our defenses up so hard. So if you're getting defensive, just instead of just take a moment of silence. Think about what they're saying. Don't respond with anger. Don't respond with, whatever tendencies you're going to have that the psychologist can explain a lot better than me. Just think about what they said.
Can I add
feel
on
those
that?
things. We don't necessarily control our emotions, but you can choose how to respond despite them. You can feel angry. You can feel irritated. You can be mad at yourself.
Yeah, but you don't have to be vocal. You don't
All
have
of
to
us do.
vocalize all of them at the victim.
Right, and you don't have to aim it at anybody else.
Right. Yes, Kendricks.
I like raising my hand. It makes me feel so one of the things I want to add is like it's that defense mechanism, I think, and I'm not trying to speak for people, but a lot of what I see is, especially in competitive gaming and esports, is there's this concept where if I allow somebody else a piece of this pie, I don't get any. And so, especially when it comes to like careers or jobs or streaming or whatever it is, a lot of that defense mechanism I think comes from if this person is suddenly allowed more privilege, or this person can have this job, like I can't get it then, or I'm not going to be as good. If they're better than me, then clearly I'm not going to be the best. And there's a lot of this like defense coming from, there's this idea that we have this one pie, and if I give this person a piece of it, I don't get any. And the truth of the matter is there's a lot of pies to go around. Like esports, like just because one of your friends or just because a woman wants to get into esports and you do too, doesn't mean that if she gets a job, you're not going to be able to. It just means that there's more pie, there's more opportunities. And I think that if we are cognizant of that kind of stuff when we're coming from being defensive and recognizing that someone being better at you than a game, or a woman, getting that super crispy snipe, doesn't mean you can't also get that super crispy snipe in a game. It just means that she did this game and you can learn from. I'm really bad at FPS, I'm really sorry. But like it's that sense of like, just because they're doing something or they're good at it or they get that job, it doesn't mean that you also can't.
I can't wait
Well,
to get
frankly,
a crispy snipe.
crispy
Speaking of pie, if you look at what proper competition looks like, turn your face towards the baking shows that happen internationally, because they help each other finish their dish. So it's a proper competition, and they get their fair shot at seeing what all the finished dishes are like, because that is a compromised way of winning. You're not actually winning because you've eliminated half of your competition. I mean, I'm not going to call it cheating, but it ain't clean and it ain't pretty. So chew on that too. Like, if you are excluding people, if you are excluding people, you are choosing to limit and restrain and make special rules around who's even going to get a chance to compete, which makes you a big fish in a small pond.
Mm-hmm.
Be a big fish in a big pond. And if you're not a big fish, okay, swallow that too. That's good sportsmanship. Be like the British bakers.
Yeah.
It took me a while to realize you weren't no longer talking about a metaphorical pie.
I think another thing
was
that
a
might
segue.
be another thing that might be very important is just to think about things from a regulatory side. I mean, we're talking about those regulations in esports, or how esports is not regulated at all. In my field, if someone, and mind you that science can be very sexist, but in my field, if someone were to come up to me and be like blatantly like sexist or put these kinds of blatant rules into place, usually you'd have someone either complaining, calling them out, or it just straight up wouldn't happen. Like there's still like it's clear that that kind of behavior is not appropriate. And I'm not saying that science doesn't come with its own problems, because it sure does. But it's one of those things where, in general, like those kinds of views and that kind of discrimination, at least outwardly, is not appropriate. But it seems like in esports, at least outwardly, it's still appropriate, and that's something that has to change.
I mean, when I was a journalist, I went to Northern Arena back in 2015 or 2016, and we were in Montreal, which is where my mother's family from. I am half French, and we were there, and I had done all my research on all the teams. And it was CBC. They had a journalist there, and the CBC journalist knew nothing about esports, and went up to the tournament organizers and was literally like, "Who is the French teams? Where are the French players?" And I was like, I got you. And I listed off like all the French CSGO players, all the teams that were there that were competing that had French players on. Like literally, it was like Rocket League, Dota, CSGO, and I think a couple FGC players. And I had told them all, and he looked at me and he was like, "I'm gonna listen to them." And I was like, "They don't know." Like they're like the PR tournament organizers who get it all together, which mad respect. I'm not saying anything bad about them.
Yeah, but they're not gonna know.
I'm the journalist. I'm the one who's been doing this. I'm the one who knows all the players, and yet he's discrediting me because outwardly I'm the only female. Outwardly I'm the one who has the most information, but I'm discredited because I've had that happen in workplaces where someone's been like, yeah, I know you're a Dota expert and you've been playing this game for like 9 years, but like I'm gonna ask Buddy over there who plays CS:GO because I just really want his opinion. And I'm going, 9 years experience, only female. I know what I'm talking about, but sure, go ask a CS:GO guy who clearly knows what Dota is all about. Like,
And I feel like that's so important because you're talking about, you know, the unconscious bias that people have.
Yeah.
And I would love to hear, Dash, do you feel like that's also present in sports broadcasting?
We don't have enough time to talk about all of that, but when it comes to sports, I was scared to death, honestly, to get into this field. And I know probably my family was thinking the same thing. And no one thought I was going to get at least as far as I have gotten so far, just because it's not seen, it's not known of, it's not expected, which is sad, right? Like, we should be in these spaces. We should be, if you are the best, you should be with the best. If you work hard, you should be right up there with everyone else. And when it comes to sports, man, everyone wants to watch NBA and not WNBA. Everyone wants to watch National Hockey League and not the NWHL. You could say it's because it's so much more competitive, but really? Is it? It's not. And it sucks. I see it every day, and hopefully you can find something to fix it.
So one of the things that bothers me the most, and I'll take a small tangent, is so for the longest time when I was a journalist, I wanted to be a host. Like I wanted to talk on panels because I love Dota and I love interviewing, and it's what makes me happy. And I remember not seeing any women in Dota specifically. There was very, very few women, and there's very, very, very few people of color. And for like a year, all I did was keep track of who got hired to be a caster or an analyst or the desk host. And I was like, Dota was my thing, so that's all. I'm sorry about everyone else. Like, I didn't have enough time. But I saw the biggest percentage of women on like a production staff was 13%. 13% of their staff, this is like 2016, 2015, was women. And normally it was one woman. And that was it. That's all they had. And it was their one token. I like to say token because, like, honestly, every other woman was gatekept from getting anywhere higher than like tier 3. And then it was Sheever. And Sheever was on almost every panel. And sometimes I wondered, is she the token woman because it looks good for the broadcast and they're diverse? Because otherwise, it's all men. And it was men who were like, yeah, I want to try this hosting thing, or yeah, I want to try this analyst thing. And their buddies would be like, yeah, let's give him a try. Let's give him a try. He's never done this, but like, heck, he could be really cool in the panel. And I'm sitting here going, why aren't you taking the same chances and granting the same opportunity to women who are in the same position, who are like, I want to try this. I want to do this casting thing. And it's like, I'm not going to scream, but like the sexism and how obvious it is. And then when I would point it out, people would be like, oh no, there's just no good women. Just women aren't good enough yet. And I'm going, but it's that opportunity that is granted to men over women at every opportunity, specifically back then in Dota and still now, is mind-boggling. Yeah. And there's no justification. There's no reason. It's like a woman who streams 7 days a week for 8 hours a day, who knows her Dota in and out, and yet this guy's like, yeah, I really want to try this. I really want to try this casting thing. And because he knows a buddy at ESL, he gets hired, and suddenly he's on the panel.
There's a huge lack of sponsorship in everything that women do, right? We tend to mentor each other, but we don't sponsor each other, which means giving people direct opportunities. So what sponsorship looks like is on a macro level, if you're in a position of power, you're the CEO, you're in the industry, you're a game dev, creating opportunities, you know, it would be great if we didn't have to do these things. We didn't have to create opportunities specifically targeted at queer women or people of color, but we do while inequality exists. So create opportunities specifically for these populations that are underrepresented. But, you know, on a macro level, great, we've figured it out. But what does this kind of look like on a micro level?
I mean, I can at least talk to you in the streaming space. I mean, everything from how you choose who you're going to host or who you're going to raid to even as a viewer, like especially when it comes to female streamers that I greatly admire, I will financially contribute because it'll be things like, oh, well, you know, $60 is $60 to a game. Like that's one AAA game, which is hours of entertainment for me. So being able to support either in views or in, retweets and shares or in word of mouth, like telling people, hey, I really like her content, like let's watch it, or as a streamer, like doing things like hosting, rating, or like co-streaming games. Like I think that those kinds of connections are very important, but also as a viewer, like throwing your support in any way that you can is really important too.
I think it's really important. This is a cool challenge I would love everyone to do, right? If you watch Twitch, if you watch however you watch esports, look at how many of them are cis white men and look at how many are others, right? How many of those do you follow and retweet that are one group versus the other, right? I'm not telling you to go unfollow all of them. Please continue to follow them and support them. But why haven't you followed all those other people? Why is that number so low? Because I can tell you it's not because there's a small percentage gaming. They are just as big as that other percentage.
I think in esports, sorry.
Go ahead. You said it. Yeah.
I'm gonna speak for all of esports, but no, really I'm not. But I think one of the things that for me over the years has been really helpful is doing that networking and doing that, talking with other women in the space. I think one of the biggest learning curves that I was thrown is when you work for organizations, I vet them through other women that I know who have worked either there or have word of mouth, and I try to get an understanding of what I'm getting into because a lot of these spaces are male dominated. Like I have worked on teams that are 35 individuals and I'm the only female, or I'm on a team of 10 people and I'm the only woman. And so I try to go into these opportunities that are presented to me with the understanding of what the work environment might be like. Financially, if I can pass on an opportunity that I know is completely toxic, I'll take a pass because I need to take care of myself first. But also networking with other women, and like if I see an opportunity, I'm sharing it to every woman I know who's looking for a writing gig or looking for a social media gig or whatever type of work they're looking for. And that's not to say that I won't tell my male friends who are looking, but there's this sense of camaraderie where I know that other women will also do the same thing for me because we want to see each other succeed and create an environment where there's more of us in space. And that comes from, unlearning that behavior that a lot of women are taught as kids, which is another woman is competition. And, I could take to my own experience as a child, kind of like why I only had guy friends as women are competition and attracted to them. And it's just this multi-layered thing. But unlearning that behavior that helping another woman get a gig or get a job or get a career, get that next step up doesn't lessen my impact, doesn't lessen my career advancements. It just means that I'm helping other women get into this space as well.
Yeah, and I think I want to touch on something that Dash and Kendrick's both kind of covered. None of us are saying like, oh, those straight white dudes stuff. Like, no one's saying that. It's just we're saying be a little more intentional. Like, think about who you're supporting. And when we talk about supporting other women, other queer women, people of color, it's not that they deserve our support simply by existing. It's that a lot of women, queer people, people of color have faced a lot more hurdles getting into the field. So it's not like, oh, let's just give them a boost because they're gay, like they deserve it. Like, no, it's because they've probably faced a lot of setbacks in their career because of that sometimes just having a door opened for them. And that's an advantage that I think a lot of people don't necessarily think about in the industry. I'm looking for jobs right now. I'm seeing parallels with my own field. So many people are like, oh, I got my job because of this connection. I got this connections make so much of a difference in so many professional environments. And if there's the good old boys club, like this network that men have access to,
Let's make a good old girls club.
Sounds great. But there's a lot of networks that maybe some women have pushed their way into, have finally broken into. When we talk about lifting up other women and lifting up other queer people, it's because we have worked hard to make those connections and we want to share that, not because we necessarily think that the gays just deserve more. That's not what we're saying. I mean, yeah, I just wanted to clarify that.
That's such a good point, Nano. Great job. So we have just a couple more minutes left. So does anyone have any final topics they want to cover? Any final thoughts they want to get across before we have to say our goodbyes?
I mean,
I would like to cover one more thing.
Ooh, what do you want to cover?
As as a queer person, we've talked a lot about women today, and regardless of gender identity, regardless of sexual orientation, yes, there should be equality. Yes, there should be opportunities, and yes, we need all of these things. And to find a solution as well, let's just do blind competitions. We don't know who any competitor is. Let's give them a random number. That doesn't fix it. That's like saying cover up your bra. That's like saying don't wear a skirt that's shorter than your fingertips. Don't drink and then you wouldn't have gotten. No, that's not an acceptable response. Allowing people to exist in a space with you without being stuck on what are they? Are they a man or are they a woman? Does it matter? Does it affect you? Does it matter who any of us prefer to be romantically attached to or go to bed with? On your life, does it matter? Does it matter in your personal experience of esports? Does it matter in your experience of streams? Does it matter? We'll bring it up if it matters. We'll tell you. But unless it does, it's none of your business. Not to like be rude. I am an out provider. I offer therapy services, and I own that I am a lesbian. It's not a dirty word. Even though a lot of people think it is, or if I had $1 for every time someone told me I just hadn't had the right pick yet, I'd be very wealthy as well.
Oh my god. So actually something that's very important or like that's interesting is that you say that like you own that word. I still find it difficult to say. I was taught as a child that like just the word lesbian was like almost a dirty word. And so I still have problems saying that, and it's what I identify as. But calling myself a lesbian sometimes feels bad. And I almost feel more comfortable saying like things like dyke than I do saying the word lesbian. One of those things that like we have all of this like internalized almost like self-hatred. And sometimes that can make it hard. Like if you are in a game and you do hear some shit, it can make it hard to like even want to stand up for yourself because you were taught that like this part of you is bad, this part of you is less than, this part of you is not worth experiencing, not worth allowing yourself to experience, to live, to be proud of. And like when we're talking about this, I think an important part of it is just being willing to stand and being willing to own not just your identity, but to fight others for it.
Yeah.
Fight for your space. That's important.
We have to destigmatize, we have to normalize, and when we don't, then it feels dirty, it feels bad. I mean, how weird would it be to like sit down and be like, okay, in this competition today, Joe Schmo, a straight guy, is going to compete. It's like, who cares?
Can we
Does
have
that
that, though?
matter?
Can we actually do that though?
Yeah.
Can we have it so that every single time like, you know, some like famous esports player gets introduced, they also have to say like he's straight, 17 and still a virgin. Ladies, get on him. Like, you know, every single time they go on.
I think the big
Being
thing is
masculine-
to educate. Like, just educate yourself. Educate yourself by watching panels like this. We can tell you we are tired, right? We love doing these kind of things and providing these resources that are easy to access, but stop making me the voice. Stop making me educate you for something that is so easy to Google.
It shouldn't be my
Google
job
exists.
to teach you.
Say that you just found out that I'm a lesbian. This does not mean you get carte blanche to ask me whatever you want. You have to ask me if you can ask me questions. It doesn't mean you get to ask me about my sexual history. It doesn't mean you get to ask me if I have a girlfriend. It doesn't mean you get to ask me if I'll be a third.
I think one of the other things too is understanding that, I mean, so I'm bi, and so one of the things I get met with a lot is, well, I just haven't found the right, or like, I will decide one day, and then you'll figure everything out, and then I won't be bi anymore. But it's also recognizing that like gender is fluid, sexuality is fluid. So if your friend or your whoever you know they said, yeah, I'm a lesbian 5 years ago, and then you guys just meet again, they're like, actually, I'm bi now. That doesn't give you, like, there is no conversation we had about how they got there. It's fluid. People change. Like, I use they, them, and I'm working towards using that more often. But that doesn't mean that I want to be called out if we switch to that, or if I have the confidence to use that, or if I'm someone like, hey guys, tomorrow, I'm pan. Be respectful, be supportive, be an ally, but it's not your place to question, and it's not your place to suddenly ask. Like, we're not eliciting conversation. This isn't me saying, yes, now the floor is open, asking you my sexual history. Try to remember that we're individuals and we have autonomy, but we also need respect, and we deserve respect.
Yep. Nano, I want to give you the chance to say one parting thought because we are almost out of time.
Oh god, there's so much pressure.
I know. Don't mess up.
I guess I want to bounce off what Kendrick was saying. Like with being queer, a lot of us, I didn't come out until like a couple of years ago. A lot of us are still figuring it out. So like, if you're asking these really like personal questions, sometimes we're tired of answering them. Sometimes we don't know the answer. Like, just we're tired. I mean, it's 2020. We're all tired, but like, just be respectful and just listen. If somebody brings up something to you, I mean, this applies to so many scenarios. Just listen. Just listen without the intent to like respond. Just listen to understand. Like that's what it comes down to.
Yeah.
For me.
Very well said.
You don't have to know anybody's gender or sexual orientation in order to compete with them, and it does not categorically make them more or less competition to you if you do know those things.
Yep.
Or don't.
It's not an advantage. It's not like the secret to like getting past the level. It doesn't work like that.
Or if it is, we're not going to tell anyone about that.
I gotta use double jump right here. Like, that's not.
You all, this has been really wonderful. I just want to say thank you, first of all, to the viewers watching this right now. You know, if this panel made you uncomfortable, congratulations to making it 55 minutes in. Take those feelings and think about them. Thank you to the mods who will probably have done a lot of work during this panel, banning and timing out and using their powers for good and not for evil. And lastly, thank you to the 5 of you for spending your time educating others despite being so very tired like we all are. This has been great. This has been very eye-opening. So thank you all very much. And I'm sure you will all be in Twitch chat right now too. So, you know, so if you want someone to follow who isn't a cis white man, you know, some of these people are on Twitch, so take that opportunity, hit that follow button. Did you know you could link your Amazon Prime to your Twitch Prime account? But anyways, thank you all so much for stopping by. And we're gonna sign. How do you sign off an online panel now? Group high five.
See ya.
Group high five. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
Yay!
This is Dreamscaper, an action RPG roguelite coming to Steam Early Access this summer. Dreamscaper takes action RPG combat and combines it with the endless replayability of a roguelike. Every slumber is a different dungeon in an ever-changing world with a multitude of unique events and challenges. Play as Cassidy, dive into her subconscious, take on the surreal nightmares she wrestles with to dispel the darkness. Master a rich, expansive combat system that rewards skilled play. Use careful positioning, exact timing, and quick reflexes to defeat foes with an abundance of combat options. Make your defense offensive. Use quick reactions to dodge and parry enemy blows to create opportunities. Each weapon class in Dreamscaper is unique, allowing for a myriad of ways to approach combat. Rend the earth below your nightmares, fire off a finger gun, or whip a yo-yo into their faces. Make your nightmare your source of strength. Use lucid powers to bend the dreamscape around you, manipulate the elements to set enemies ablaze, or freeze others in place. When your nightmares overwhelm you, even control time itself to give you the edge you need. Explore ever-changing dreamscapes and discover lost memories, surreal scenery, and a multitude of unique events. Uncover Cassidy's past as you venture through her memories. Use your wits to solve challenging puzzles, growing your strength. Plunder through your dreams, finding resources and gear to build the playstyle that complements you. Special modifiers and rare keepsakes add depth and variety, allowing you to create unique character builds that encourage strong synergies. Wake from your nightmare to tackle a new day. Travel across the city of Red Haven and live Cassidy's waking life. Forge friendships and empower Cassidy with hopes and memories to dispel the darkness of her nightmares. Use resources found in your dream as inspiration to craft gifts for the people close to Cassidy. Make new friends and improve your relationship with them to unlock story vignettes and new powers in your dreams. The more you invest in them, the more they'll support you in return. Face off with nightmarish entities that represent some of Cassidy's most negative emotions. Challenging boss fights with representations of fear, isolation, loss, negativity, and more will test your mastery of the dreamscape. You'll need to draw on all your strength to handle ever-changing combinations of powerful enemies. Spell slingers, spectral swordsmen, mysterious wanderers, and hulking bruisers will bar your path. Vanquish those deadly foes to clear the dark miasma surrounding Cassidy. We can't wait to make Dreamscaper even better with your feedback and support over the coming months. Prepare to fall into dreams when Dreamscaper launches on Steam Early Access this summer.
The next chapter in Firefly's classic real-time strategy series, Stronghold Warlords is the latest in a line of unique castle sim games. Developed by Firefly Studios, creators of the original Stronghold and Stronghold Crusader, Stronghold Warlords introduces new RTS mechanics, classic Stronghold units, and 4 unique regions. In Stronghold Warlords, players must first design, build, and manage a fully realised castle economy, before taking the fight to rival opponents lifted from the pages of history. But you won't be alone in the fights, with the addition of a completely new way to play Stronghold in the Warlord system. Players will besiege Great Khans, Imperial leaders, Shogun commanders, and more as they grow their castle economy and construct new gunpowder-fueled siege weapons. Taking players from the jungles of Vietnam and the Mongolian steppe to the warring states of China and finally feudal Japan, this new setting is built into each aspect of our castle sim gameplay. Popularity with your subjects is influenced by a wider variety of factors than ever before. A granary full of rice, meat and vegetables might keep your peasants from revolting, but in order to raise taxes, an army, and get the most from your workers, they'll need more than just full bellies. Quality clothing and housing, temples, tea houses, medieval entertainment, and even torture devices all have a role to play in the continued happiness and obedience of your peasant population. Fail to stay on their good side and peasants will abandon the player, leaving you without farmers, blacksmiths, diplomats, and indeed soldiers with which to defend your keep. Introducing new cultures, mechanics, and historical detail to the series for the first time, Warlords is built around the central Warlord system, a grand strategy mechanic that allows players to recruit, upgrade, and command 8 unique warlords across the battlefield. Once under your command, either through force or diplomacy,
I serve a new master. My army is ready.
Each warlord boosts your strategic prowess with unique perks, characteristics, and upgradable abilities. Early on, players can boost their diplomacy and gold reserves with the help of the Crane Warlord, who also has a unique perk that boosts popularity within the castle. Later in the game, we might turn to more military-focused warlords, like the Tiger and Dragon. These more aggressive warlords can do everything from increasing melee damage and offering spiritual guidance, to growing your army with special units and even launching a full siege attack on the enemy. Utilize each warlord to boost your industry, fortify borders, forge weapons or launch a pincer attack, and you'll dominate the battlefield in no time. Each mission and multiplayer battle means a fresh set of warlords to command and new dynamics for every castle built.
With all the warlords in this region, we have the numbers to launch a single great assault on the castle.
To defend their castles, players will take command of Mongol hordes, Imperial warriors, and samurai clansmen, as they prepare to besiege everything from Japanese castles to fortified Chinese cities. In addition to classic weapons like the Trebuchet and Mighty Siege Tower, Warlords also introduces gunpowder to the series for the first time. The Korean hwacha, rocket launchers, and fire oxen, inspired by Chinese siege warfare, are all options for players hoping to breach enemy walls and thin out an attacking siege force. When it comes to infantry, players will be able to recruit all new units including fire lancers, disciplined samurai, Mongolian bowmen, and heavily armoured imperial troops. Combine these with your siege weapons of choice and players will have all the tools they need to break enemy lines and defeat the enemy warlord. Whether you become the greatest lord through fear or admiration, military might or careful diplomacy, players will journey from 3rd century BC China and Vietnam all the way through to the rise of the Tokugawa shogunate and the coming of the Mongol Empire.
Hey, Dr. Ken Dutton Register here from Excite Science in Brisbane, Australia. Excite Science is a creative studio explaining complex science in fun ways. And at this stage, we're really focusing on cancer education, from cancer-themed escape rooms to virtual reality to AR-driven art galleries. And the project that I'm talking about today is Malignancy VR. As a cancer researcher of over 10 years, I know firsthand, talking to the general community, that there's a lot of misunderstanding and core fundamental knowledge gaps of what cancer is. And this isn't surprising because cancer is incredibly complex. But are there new technologies or new ways, new communication strategies that we can be using to engage in a broader audience to teach them about cancer? And more importantly, reach those audiences that aren't even thinking about cancer or aren't really even engaged with science in general. A good colleague of mine, Dr. Elke Hacker from the Queensland University of Technology, really wanted to explore whether virtual reality could be the answer. So to explore this idea, we partnered up with Real Serious Games. And for Malignancy VR, we wanted this as a sort of first step to show some of the challenges with modern day cancer treatments and how not all the time can they be successful. So after we decided we wanted to talk about different cancer therapies, we began talking about the different game mechanics. And this is where we came up with the different treatment guns, focusing on chemotherapy, targeted therapy, and immunotherapy. Our plans for Malignancy VR is to expand it into a multi-level game. And we're going to be doing this in conjunction with members of the community. So if this sounds of something of interest to you, head over to malignancyvr.com and sign up to be in touch. Furthermore, we want to take that game and then test it in a randomized clinical trial to robustly assess if virtual reality is an effective way to teach people about cancer, and more importantly, can it change or influence people's behavior and reduce their risk of cancer over a lifetime.
Jim Dark Magic is the wizard of Acquisitions Incorporated. He is, first and foremost, I would say, a stage magician. He's a performer. So the spells that he has tend not to be very useful. Not great for the rest of the party, just because I can't help a lot. I don't do a lot of damage. But I can make people invisible. I can make showers of sparks. There's a lot of exciting...
Welcome to Scare Your Players Respectfully, coming to you pre-recorded for PAX Online. During this panel, we'll be discussing techniques of terror as well as presenting methods to safely scare. I'm going to be one of your hosts or panelists for this panel, Mike Andrick. I do a podcast called Darker Days Radio. Been doing that for over 10 years. Very exciting. And we talk a lot about horror tabletop RPGs. And also joining me is Pete. How's it going, Pete?
How you guys going? Hey everybody. I'm Peter Mars. I am an Australian-based gamer and horror enthusiast. I've also been I've not as much as the other guys, but I've been contributing for Darker Days for a very long time now, and I run a lot of convention games when and if real life conventions happen in and around Melbourne.
Awesome. And also joining us is Crystal.
Hello, I'm Crystal. I am a writer and educator, and I've been with Darker Days Radio for coming up on a year now.
Yep. Yeah.
I'm excited to be here.
And you also wrote some like blog posts about safety mechanics recently, so you're definitely well versed in all of this.
I have. Yep.
Awesome. And also joining us is Chris.
Hello. So yeah, I'm Chris Handley. I am also a podcaster for Dark Days Radio and the spin-off show Dark Hammer, which is more about the Warhammer RPGs. So I'm a RPG writer and podcaster, and also scientific writer and scientific researcher and software engineer.
Yep, absolutely. So let's go on first to a kind of a broad segment about just how to scare your players, talking about techniques that we prefer and also particular mechanics that we might enjoy. So I'll kind of just kick things off right here. When it comes to scaring my players in a tabletop horror RPG, I really like to explore moral quandaries. So the players might be horrified by bleak choices that NPCs make, or terrified by decisions that they themselves need to make. For example, I ran a D&D game recently where the player characters were trying to save a little girl who had been manipulated into trying to summon the ghost for father. And, it really disturbed them to start thinking about what they might do to try to bring back a loved one. That's really the kind of horror that I enjoy. What do you guys prefer with your kind of horror tabletop gaming stories and exploration? Pete, do you have any ideas?
Well, man, I'm sort of very specific in how I come at this one. I play a lot of World of Darkness and have played a lot of Vampire. And one specifically that I found for Vampire, I think it will probably work quite well for Werewolf as well, is always kind of play on the idea of the hunter becoming the hunted. Now, there's a lot of sort of power fantasy involved in, I guess, Vampire. You've got sort of, can sort of sit there and be like, nope, you're going to come with me. And, mortals' eyes glaze over and they'll come with you. What I sort of like doing a lot is sort of giving my players a little bit of that. You go, yep, you'll have a mortal who bends to their will. They can show off physically very well, very much sort of, reveling in the fact that, yep, I'm a vampire. I can potentially throw a car or any of that. The trick then is to turn that on them and to go, yes, you are a vampire. Yes, you are a hunter, but there is something scarier out there. Or the moment people sort of or mortals who know exactly what you are, know how to exploit your flaws. So if you can then sort of flip that on them in the next scene, I found in my experience that can really kind of amp up the feeling of horror and the feeling of terror. So it's sort of like when, if you've got, let's say if you've got a policeman who's giving you a hard time and you can be like, you can easily dominate him. Yeah, sure. Great. The next scene, you're dealing with someone from the Second Inquisition who knows exactly what you are and has a phosphorus shotgun. And you can have, let's say you're pushing around some neonate or some thin blood. Yeah, sure. The next scene, try that with the sheriff and see how well that works. I've found that's worked very well for me when I've been trying to amp up and scare my players.
Yeah, definitely. And you at conventions really like to run Make Blood Boil, which is a scenario that Chris wrote, which kind of leans into that exact sort of setup, that same structure, where it starts off that the players think that they're just hunting another vampire who's gone rogue or something, but it turns out they eventually learn that there's actually kind of like a multi-layered onion of people hunting each other through that entire adventure.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I really do love about that scenario, where it sort of happens. The hunters become the hunted, depending on how you run it, and sort of the way I run it was a little bit stripped down because I've only got 90 minutes or well, 2 hours, but the setup can take you a little bit of time. But yeah, so you have the hunters become the hunted. If I played it right, I counted that happened 4 times over the course of one running of that game.
Awesome. And Crystal, how do you like to scare your players?
I have done it accidentally before, where
Oh yeah.
I've used I'm not going to go into the whole story, but I've used mistakes before where I've set up players to do something that is awful and then caught it later, in context of the world, especially with D&D. That's actually really easy to do with the monster manual, and mix-ups within the monster manual. But one of my favorite things to run is I like to do similar to like Cloverfield suspense, where you only see parts of what's happening with the monster. You don't actually see the full monster or anything like that. And it's really hard to put together the pieces right up until the end, where that reveal happens. And then you're like, oh, that's terrifying.
yeah. So definitely fear of the unknown.
Yes.
Definitely being a strong technique. Chris, how about you?
So I think moral quandaries are always a good one. I think this was a discussion I had recently on a different panel. Was you can't do jump scares in RPGs like traditional media for horror, because you know it doesn't have the same impact of, oh, and suddenly there's a monster there. And if you did that, it can feel a bit too much like, oh, and then ninjas attack, kind of rather arbitrary monster just pops out of nowhere. That might work in the context of like a dungeon, if you're dungeon crawling and some horrific monster is round the next corner.
Have you ever tried a literal jump scare? I was actually pondering this one. If you've literally just sort of kicked the table or something underneath, so there is a literal bang halfway through a session, and I'm not sure if that would work. It depends on the players. Some people might get annoyed.
Do that if you have a lot of control of the game environment that you're within, so the room, and you set the tone, the lighting, the sound, and everything else, and you really draw people in with that. So for me, horror is often more about what the players bring to the game rather than what you can show. So it's very Hitchcock style, where you don't see the knife go in on the film, but everyone thinks they saw it. So you're better off suggesting, because players will always have a far more horrific image in their mind of what's actually going on.
So let's discuss a little bit about storytelling techniques to kind of add suspense and add terror to your games. And Chris was just bringing up how not to use jump scares in his game. And I was actually kind of thinking recently at PAX East, I did try to do a jump scare. I don't know if it was actually effective, but essentially I was running Call of Cthulhu. A sort of mythos mummy, if you will, was leaving a tomb, breaking out of it, and I just slammed down on the table multiple times. And it definitely got people's attention at the table. I don't know if it was really a good thing, but let's discuss how to kind of build that suspense so that you can get those kind of fearful releases in your game. So, Pete, how do you like to kind of add suspense to your games and kind of build up that tension?
Well, I mean, this is where I actually find that, and this is difficult to do at a convention. But if you're doing it around sort of your own home, I've actually found that trying to control the environment is, I think, often your best friend. Because I mean, ultimately, like I said, in particular, in the convention space, and in particular, the couple of PAX Australias that I've done, we're in a space the size of an aircraft hangar. It's you and 30,000 of your closest friends are all there. The expo hall is banging away. So I kind of feel like if you want to try to get suspenseful and scare people, I kind of feel like it's not going to happen in that environment. But what I've found, and I've had some friends, experiment with this a little bit. If you can control the environment completely, if you can kind of, have control of the lights, have control of the sounds, if you can sort of get the house to yourself, get anybody who's not involved in the game sort of out of there. If you can experiment a little bit with lighting and sound, like in particular in this sort of golden age of everything's being Bluetooth controlled and can be controlled by your phone or by whatever. you'd be really, really surprised what you can get away with, let's just say, you know, a really basic sort of Bluetooth controlled LED lighting around the table. And also, I've had a friend experiment with this, and you can do this through your phone. There's apps for this. We actually had a barely audible heartbeat playing via speakers, and you can actually see if you sit there, if you sort of turn it down, or you can speed it up and slow it down, and you'd be really surprised how well that works. And sometimes people, you know, if you ask them about it, they're like, there was a sound playing. I didn't remember. But you can actually see people sort of starting to get a little bit, you know, they lean forward a little bit, and then, you know, they can ease off a little bit more as you sort of turn the speed up and down on that. So I would really suggest people to experiment with controlling the environment.
Yeah, absolutely. And kind of to echo that, Pete, a little bit, I think as a storyteller, you really do influence the suspense and the tension quite a bit. I was watching this anime called Neon Genesis Evangelion, pretty famous one. But
Never
one thing
heard
I
of it,
noticed,
really.
one thing I noticed about it is that there's building tension throughout the show. A lot of the early episodes are, there's a lot of like laughing and goofy kind of anime stuff. However, as you get towards the end, people just laugh less and less and less. And there's a real build up to tension, and then there's one thing that happens, and then for the rest of the show, there is nothing fun about it. It is just pure grittiness. And as a storyteller, you can control that quite a bit because people laugh a lot when we're playing RPGs, especially horror RPGs. It's a great way to kind of relieve tension. That's perfectly okay. You should definitely laugh and have a good time when you're playing a horror RPG. However, as a storyteller, you can control things by just not laughing. If you start to get into really serious scenes where something very dramatic is about to occur, stop laughing. Even if your players are still kind of, saying jokes, doing whatever. If you don't laugh, if you just kind of remain calm, stable, stern, they'll pick up on it and they'll realize that things are really getting serious at this point, which is a great way to just build that suspense and tension. Chris, what do you think?
So building on what Pete said, playing convention games is very different. You obviously, because of the type of environment you're in, whether you're I've run V5 demos for Modifius at their like UK Games Expo booth, so you've got many people around you, and you have people just coming up to try out the game, versus people that sign up for a game where you've made it quite explicit this is for ages 18 plus, but you're still in a communal room with many other groups playing games and you don't know what those players are. So that means you have to modulate your tone. You can't be as loud as you may want to be, and also what you say. Like you can't just have profanities, which in the context of the game may well work with the players and who've agreed to certain things. The type of content descriptions that you're going for may well work, but in a convention game, you have to draw all that back in. But that means get creative with your use of language. You should have perhaps for monsters, for creatures, for also the environments, the scenes. If you're not so good to begin with, write a list of 5 or 10 words, smells, sounds that sum up that environment to really help set the picture, the tone and mood of that scene or that creature. Think about sound effects like that. Try and play off the idea that synesthesia. So sometimes it's hard to kind of get across a sound, but you can maybe get across what it feels like. Or say a taste, you can maybe even kind of say it has a color if you really want to get weird. And that might well work in horror quite well when you're dealing with things that involve mental manipulation and a breakdown of how you sense reality. Within your own home, within your own gaming space, I use soundtracks. So I put together soundtracks for all my games that play in the background. They're typically using music which has no vocals in there, or vocals that are not generally the native language that everyone's playing in, so it doesn't intrude. That will be on random. It does mean sometimes you get tracks that don't fit and you just need to skip that track. A classic is I've got a soundtrack for Warhammer 40,000 for Wrath and Glory, and there's a track which is perfect if they're like at a bar and it's the Tortuga music from Pirates of the Caribbean, but it's all too jolly. And when that comes on partway through a fight scene, no, you skip that. So that's what I would do. But also there's other things that help create the environment. Not all role-play games suit being sat around a table. And in fact, that's not always good for some players, and you should be considerate of that. I don't hardly ever use a table for my games. Everyone sat on sofas and chairs in a space with a TV with a slideshow going on it of images from, in this case, 40K. So it'll be images of the Warhammer 40,000 universe with my music pumping through the soundbar. But that all, and not too bright lighting, but enough lighting so you can read your character sheet. That's essentially what I do to set the tone.
Awesome. And Crystal, how do you kind of build suspense in your games?
I like to create a sense of urgency, whether it's artificial or purposeful. And so as I'm getting closer and closer to the end or the big, reveal point, as far as like controlling the banter around the table and stuff like that, I will make sure that I'm asking very pointed questions of my character or of the players, of the characters, as far as what they're doing. If there's NPCs involved, the NPCs are either continually getting agitated or trying to push along that sense of urgency to have more of a frantic feel. And obviously this is stuff that I do very, very, very lightly with convention games. And then I do a lot more heavy with my regular players. So, but yeah, I love to create that because it does give a sense of suspense and like artificial dread of, oh my gosh, what's coming? Like she's asking a lot of questions. What's going on?
Yeah, that's interesting, Crystal. Why do you go kind of easy on that increase in tension with convention games? I actually find that building up urgency is a great way to just kind of get to the action fast.
That I usually, for convention games, when I run scenarios, I do keep them pared down so that there isn't so much of a build-up for it, because I don't run super long convention games.
Right.
And I don't know those players extremely well. So I want to make sure I'm very conscious, because some people don't do well with that frantic feeling or that fight or flight response. And I don't want to accidentally make someone extremely uncomfortable at my table.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. And that's definitely going to play into some of our later discussion about safety mechanics and the like.
Something to add on that, with convention games is, and it's really for any scenario, and it's also useful for home games as well, is, you don't have as much time for setting up, getting the characters to make choices, to get them into that action. So I typically start in media res. So, rather than, oh, how are you getting to this location where the stuff happens? They're already there and the fight has already broken out, or whatever madness is already ongoing. And it's more about how do you begin to solve that situation, not how did you get there. How did you get there is often the last thing you need to think about, especially at a convention game.
Yeah, that's a good point. So real quick, just kind of wrap up this section. I think we wanted to talk very briefly about some of the kind of hot new mechanics that have been coming out. So I know, Pete, that Alien has been a really popular RPG lately for horror tabletop gaming. Can you talk about the stress dice a little bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So the stress dice in Alien, they work a little bit similar to the hunger dice in Vampire. Actually, they've actually found that there's sort of quite a parallel that I've seen a little bit. Haven't quite had a chance to run Alien, but I've done enough V5 with this. So because sort of as things progress in Alien, you keep ratcheting up stress dice. And initially, stress dice, because it's all right. Very quickly, Alien's a dice pool system. Uses D6s. If you get a 6, that's a success. More successes, better things are. With your stress total, the more stressed you are, you actually get additional dice. So initially you're like rolling more dice, more chance for successes, yay. But ones on the stress dice are bad. More ones are worse. And with and the more that you sort of rack up stress, the more likely you are to find yourself in a situation where you freak out, you pull a Hudson or you pull a Gorman, and you're just catatonic. And I've just found that with Alien in particular, and this also applies to V5, players are really conservative. The whole idea of, oh my god, it's ratcheting up, and they'll sort of sit there, and even players who've known me really, really well, they'll be like, if something bad happens, if I have a consequence from being really hungry or a consequence from being stressed, you're going to drop the bomb on me, aren't you? Something just terrible is going to happen. Yeah. So they will sort of be constantly working to. In the case of Vampire, I've run Vampire now. I've done something like I've run 8 convention games, and I haven't quite had a chance to get an ongoing campaign going. Thank you, COVID. But in all those experiences, I've never seen anyone go beyond 3 hunger, and even then, they did everything in their power to try to drop it back down.
Really,
it was just like, yeah, I know. I don't know if it's just
interesting.
Who knows? Maybe that's the way Aussies game. I have no idea. But they're like, no, can't get too hungry. I need to find someone to drink off. Or they just think I'm a terrible person or something, or it's like, no, he's going to force me into, I'm going to find myself in a situation. No, you rage out. Sorry, you frenzy out. But in particular with that stress die for Alien, I mean, so I'm sort of thinking how I'm going to play that one, and I'm thinking people will want to be able to try to slow down the action and to try to bleed off some of that stress. And Alien gives you the provisions for doing that. You can stop and smoke a cigarette. You can stop and drink a beer, but I think there would have to be a consequence for that. Because once, if you look at sort of the way Alien works, once the way the films work, because Alien often has a slow burn, and then once things are burning, and then things are moving very, very, very quickly. So if a player tells me, I need to slow down and take a moment and finish my cigarette, I'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. I'm like, oh, yeah. I'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. But there would definitely need to be a consequence for that. So if they want to take things down a notch, I'd be like, yeah, sure, done. That motion tracker lying at your hip, yeah, it starts to ping.
Yeah. Nice. I like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a good point about kind of how the tension builds up with the mechanics. Because even if you look back at probably the first popular horror RPG, Call of Cthulhu, that has the kind of descending sanity track, which there's obviously a lot of issues with how sanity works and how it can represent things, but from a purely mechanical sense, you have that building dread as your character loses those sanity points and it gets closer to becoming unplayable or in some cases a much more interesting character. And something I really like to bring up when I'm going to be running a horror game, especially when I'm just kind of introducing the mechanics and everything, is I bring up that losing should be fun. That's kind of why we're all here. Yeah. And it's just a better story if you can kind of go in there and be prepared to have some rough things happen to your character. Crystal, are there any other mechanics that you would like to highlight from recent or old horror games?
Yeah. One of my favorites is Dread, which Dread uses a Jenga tower. And instead of rolling dice as you do actions, you pull from the Jenga tower. And when the Jenga tower falls, your character dies. So it is artificially built in stress. And there's a visual aspect to it because almost everyone has played Jenga and can kind of understand how that feels when you're pulling something and you're like, oh gosh, will my character die just from trying to do this simple thing. I love the use of the Jenga tower as a visual mechanic. I've even pulled it into my D&D game one time. Nice. So yeah.
And that work.
Well, we were doing a long drawn out chase scene, and instead of continually rolling dice, and it was through like an MC Escher labyrinth-esque type of thing. So as the Jenga tower fell, the characters fell off the maze.
Okay.
And had to solve that problem.
Gotcha. Nice. Yeah, and Chris, are there any mechanics that you might want to highlight real quick?
Okay, so most recently in Age of Sigmar Soulbound, which is a fantasy Warhammer setting from Cubicle 7, they have Doom. Now, Doom mechanically doesn't do anything within the game. I mean, it could do in some respects, but what it is a measure of the progress of the tone of the setting. So as the Doom increases, so as you get bad results on your dice and things, Doom increases, and what Doom does is it's informing the GM to color the setting. So shadows seem darker. Cultists, you begin to see a gathering in corners of the city where you didn't see them before. They're more brazen. Perhaps the skies above in Akshai, that fire that roils across in the clouds, begins to have the face of demons in it, or maybe in the realm of Shaiish, the moon of the ghostly version of the moon, Morsley from the world that was, hangs high, looming down, painting its inky green glow. So that's kind of like informing the GM to push the tone of the game. Within Wrath and Glory, of course, though, we have Ruin, which is essentially a pool of points similar to Wrath. Wrath is a pool of points which players can use to reroll dice and do stuff. Ruin is a pool of points so that you can trigger abilities from antagonists and cause complications to be even worse. And as you see that pool rack up in size, the players are like, something bad's really going to happen, because when we come up to the big bad, he's going to have a whole chunk of points to trigger, a stream of corruption from the Great Unclean One or something else. Though I would say one of my really favorite ones is always the deal with the devil in Unhallowed Metropolis. You're about to die. You've run out of points to spend to re-roll. You could always make a deal with the devil, and that basically is saying you get to do some re-rolls, or you get to ignore death, but you are descending in corruption, and as that corruption increases, your character will gain let's just call them internal or external mutation based upon the corruption of their soul. So again, it builds on the idea that as your soul is deformed and becomes more twisted and tortured, it manifests either in how you act or how you look, which is kind of similar to how corruption is in Warhammer Fantasy. So, and I always like death spirals. Death spirals are fun.
Yeah, that's awesome. The Doom sounds really interesting because instead of attaching the kind of degradation of the horror element to a specific character, it attaches it to the setting. I think that's really interesting. I've not heard of another game doing that, although it might have been done in the past at some point. So let's move on over to the second kind of real meat of this presentation, which is how to scare your players respectfully. Because as you kind of noticed, as we were talking about different mechanics and what we like to do in horror games, we're also kind of introducing that we should be a little careful. When you're about to play a horror game, a horror RPG, you're all kind of tacitly agreeing to get spooked. But as you're doing this, you're playing with your friends, and you don't want them to get offended, you don't want them to be hurt, and you especially don't want them to be damaged from this experience. So that's what we really want to talk about here. I guess, Chris, just kind of as a broad idea, how do you scare players respectfully?
Right. Okay. So it's a challenge because the point is the best kind of scares are where you tap into people's fears, and some of these fears are, I think, are broad across a population or from where they are or a particular country. So you're not particularly calling out one person in particular with that. Some fears are particular to a particular generation of people or people that have children maybe. That's why Changing the Lost, I think, is quite scary game in some respects, because it's about losing your family, losing your child, that loss of innocence. But then you really do need to know your players, because while you want to tell a compelling story, you may want it, especially if it's World of Darkness, you want it to be feel tangibly real, like it's based in our world but darker. you want to know what players think are acceptable horrors, because while kidnapping and other kind of violence, maybe very personal violence, sexual violence, is real things, they are not always acceptable at the table. So you really need to know your players, and that means you really need to have a good discussion beforehand, the session zero, to find out what it is. Because it's interesting, because for some players, actually they do want to explore these things because it allows them for some sort of catharsis, maybe. So you shouldn't just by default say, we can't, I'm not doing these because I think a player doesn't want to do that. You should talk to them because they actually may well, as a group, go, actually, we don't mind that. The other important thing is, once you've established that, is you should check in every so often and check, because people might go yes, that might turn into a no, a no might turn into a yes, and you should just be mindful of that. So while you do want to, as a GM, run the game you want to run, your players want to play a game that they want to play in, and that has to meet in the middle somewhere. And that middle is a bit messy and changes and evolves over time.
Yeah, definitely. So I mean, that's kind of the number one thing, is to know your players. However, as Crystal has been pointing out, there's situations where you might not know your players. So kind of on the flip side, Crystal, how do you, in convention games or things like that, how do you kind of tackle this issue?
So for me personally, I use the X card, which I think we're going to talk about a little bit later. But the X card itself will apply for any game. You can use it at any setting, at any table. And it is a really easy concept for players to understand. Another thing is kind of having a little prep for sessions, like a session zero prep, where you talk about some of maybe like the content warnings of the game or the scenario that you're running.
There we go.
So yeah, providing those content warnings, because then you can get a feel for, what the players are expecting. And like for instance, with Pugmire, you play dogs and cats in a D&D setting, and some people can't tolerate violence to animals. So you do have to, but they want to play the game because the setting is very, very easy to adapt for that. So, but knowing that ahead of time is very important because it's an essential part of the game. So making sure that if someone doesn't like violence to animals, in that setting, you tailor what you are telling them to make sure that you accommodate for that.
Interesting. So let's kind of tackle that a little bit, Crystal. So if you were to have a Pugmire game, or if you have had one where someone does not want to have any violence to animals, how do you tailor it? Is it with descriptions, or do you just change the entire kind of conceit?
So usually what I end up doing is either I give the ability to describe what happens to the characters to the players and let them have some narrative control over that. Or if there is some sort of violence, it doesn't end in death. It ends in being knocked out or running away, to accommodate for that.
Okay. Nice. I like it. And Pete, how do you feel about the issue of knowing your players? Do you have any insight into this?
Well, from a convention standpoint, what I'll little sort of chat that I'll have sort of the chat. Massive fan of the X card. I pretty much won't do a convention game without it now. And what I've found with that is, I mean, look, for a convention game, we're here for a short time. I don't know, or more often than not, I don't know anyone at the table. So I'll just flat out say, all right, this is a vampire game, and it's going to involve us, doing this. But so what I've sort of come up with as a replacement is what I just call the traffic light system, where I just go, right, we go, red, amber, green, and I say, right, so red box is stuff that's not happening in this game, and I'm telling you right now, it's not happening. And if you try to happen, if you go there, I'll stop the game and say, mate, what are you doing? And so for me personally, I go, right, sexual violence or anything of that nature, if it won't happen to your players, and if you then turn to me in game and say, well, I do this, I go, no, you don't. Out. And then I say, amber are concepts that exist, but we don't dwell on it, And for me personally, I always put sex there. So if you say my character has sex, I go, yes, you do. It's something that exists, but we don't dwell on. And green is anything in between. Green is acts of violence, acts of whatever, general game stuff. And I'll generally throw it to players and say, right, is there anything you want in the red bucket? Is there anything you want in the amber bucket? Please tell me now, and I'll tailor the game on the fly to suit it. I haven't really had anything. It's like if you can't tell a game that doesn't involve, sexual violence against children, you can't tell a game. You can't game. It's that simple.
Yeah, definitely. But Pete, also kind of in a broader sense, stepping away from the convention scene, even with your long-term gaming friends, kind of as Chris was alluding to, I think we all agree that it's very good to have this kind of discussion to make sure that everyone's on the same page.
Yeah. I mean, and this is something that happened to me very recently, and I've sort of found, because I was having this discussion about the session zero and about we're going to talk about what we do and don't want to include, and I got a little bit of pushback. I was like, guys, we've known each other for 20 years. Obviously, we know what people do and don't like. And it was actually through that conversation, one of my players brought up, he said, I really don't like sort of the concept of being tortured or being locked up and being, tortured either mentally or physically. I really don't like that. And I was sort of taken aback a little bit. And I was like, mate, and this is a player who I've played with on and off, I guess, for 20 years. And I didn't know that. And he's like, yeah, I just never brought it up. It's, you don't have to explain where it comes from or anything, mate. And so even then, if you think your players, I would argue maybe you don't, and maybe even putting them in the situation where you go, right, tell me what you don't like. You'll find yourself learning some things that you probably didn't, and you're like, oh wow, geez. So it's never assume that your players, and even if they're people who you've known your whole life. This discussion is always worthy, even if it's over in 5 minutes and you go, someone just goes, it's fine, play whatever, but just, don't kill any kids. And you go, yep, easy done.
I was going to build on the traffic light system, because sometimes I think, there's a thing like some people feel like not where you don't want to try and intrude too much in gameplay. So I think also another option is what they used, that PDA used at World of Darkness Berlin, and this comes from LARP, is the OK system. So either you can quickly visually indicate, I'm cool with this, keep going hard with this, we're playing Warhammer, torture the hell out of me. And that means I'm okay, but actually it means I'm not, and you should dial things back a bit. And then obviously no is like, no, this is not for me. And then I think, Pete, what you were saying with the lines and veils.
Did no have a hand signal? I couldn't actually see.
Sorry. It maybe is actually kind of like, it's actually a no, but, whereas a down is definitely not. And then with the lines and veils, that's what you're saying. It's not crosses and veils, it's lines and veils. I think that's more about, this is a hard line, I don't want it in my game. Whereas a veil is more about, you can suggest, but it's like it doesn't occur on screen.
Mm-hmm. It's like a fade to black.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay, sure. All right.
So like fading to black is perfectly, I think is fine. And I think many people you just go, what it is. And this goes back to the Hitchcock thing. We know you don't need to go spend 10 minutes in excruciating detail about how you're torturing this guy. It's torture. We get it. We get this. So you can have that game content in your game, but it's also kind of like you're saying, if people have agreed, we don't mind it being hinted at and suggested at. We just don't want to spend time on it, and that's something else.
Yeah, definitely. So, people have been alluding to a lot of different mechanics and mechanisms, and the real big separation between the two is the kind of pre-game discussions, which we're just kind of getting into with knowing your players, and as Chris was alluding to, the kind of mechanics that you can use during your game. So I just really quick want to reiterate some of those pre-game mechanisms or discussions that you can have. Two that go hand in hand very well are the pre-game surveys and also the session zero. So the session zero is just, usually when you're making your characters, you're doing character creation, you can have a discussion with all the players and just kind of cover, as Pete was mentioning, these are the things we don't want to cover. These are the elements that maybe we want to really explore. These are the things that we have been maybe coming up in the news quite a bit lately, that we think that this game, maybe this like modern horror game, would be a great kind of story elements to explore. And you can go along with that. But something else I also want to highlight is some of these pre-game surveys that have been coming out. So Pathfinder had a pre-game consent form that came out, I think like 2 years ago. And that uses kind of the red light, yellow light, green light system, so that you can cover what people are okay with in a game, what they don't really want to explore. But in addition to that, our friends over at Gehenna Gaming have their own horror game specific consent form, which I think pretty much all of us have filled out. And I've found this to be extremely useful. During convention games, I've been using this with Gehenna Gaming, and it's a really good way. Usually what I do is I give everyone the consent form, and then once they finish it, then, okay, you can pick your character at that point. And as they're picking out the characters, looking at those, I can review and see, all right, this is what we can cover. These are things that we can't cover. Are there any issues with the scenario I'm about to run? Which has come up, actually, as a little anecdote. Another adventure that Chris wrote has the potential for people to kill a ghost dog at the very end. And I had several people say they don't want to see violence to animals. So I had to be like, uh-oh, what am I going to do here? And that's actually the angle that they were going for in the adventure. They were really focused on that black dog that they were encountering. So what I had to do is essentially be very... When someone lunged at the dog, I had to basically almost fade to black. I had to give a very limited description of what happened, but essentially it came out that, of course, they ended the dark ritual that was going on.
This is the monstrous dog, isn't it? In that vampire scenario.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah, exactly.
It's not really a dog anymore because it's like a vessel for a specter or a wraith, isn't it? So it's not really. But yeah, I understand. I mean,
never kill the dog, Chris.
Never kill the dog. No, sorry. Whoops.
But yeah, those consent forms I find to be extremely useful. I know Crystal and Chris, you've both filled those out for a Gehenna Gaming sponsored thing that we've been doing. How do you feel about them?
I absolutely love them, and I highly recommend if you haven't filled one out, they do have it up on their website, so you can take a look at it. And it is very quick to take a look at, and it helps you kind of build up the room in which you want to tell your story in.
Yeah.
So.
And actually, the interesting thing with their consent form, which I've not seen on any others, is that they cover mind control, which is that loss of player agency and also just manipulation really does bother people, and for some reason seems to be a core like supernatural power mechanic in so many horror RPGs.
Very true.
So that's a really interesting point. That's good to bring up, and something to watch out for in your horror games as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I think I know that initially when these surveys first came out, there was a lot of pushback, but it was like, oh, you're cramping my style of the game I want to run. The point is, the point is, like, if we look at Vampire, if it's a vampire game, there are certain elements integral to it being a Vampire the Masquerade game or a werewolf game or maybe 40k. There will be war, there will be blood drinking. So there's an element of the players should expect, like, this game will be this, will have this content, and so that immediately either means I'm in or I'm out. The rest of this is about tuning that dial to how people interact with the game, and so you shouldn't feel like it's going to go, oh, I can't run Vampire as it should be. Well, Vampire is many things. There is a baseline. There is you must be this tall to kind of play. I mean that in the sense of it's going to have this amount of content to be this type of to be Vampire. But beyond that, there is a lot of degree of variability in what makes Vampire, what makes 40k, what makes Call of Cthulhu. And that is what these sheets are more about, is really tuning that. And, that I don't see as a problem, because ultimately you want to run a game, people want to play a game. If you don't meet in the middle, you're not going to run a game. And these things are collaborative. You are not a director who is a tyrant to his actors, telling them you're going to be put through these things. And that's happened in cinema. There are people in cinema renowned. Howard Ingham has written some wonderful essays on this. There's a particular actress. Her fear on screen is because the director was basically traumatizing her. This is renowned.
Another one.
And you don't want to do that, because you want to also build the community. You want these people to come back and play the game that you're playing, so your game you're playing has more products made for it and has a wonderful long life, and you can find more players. Annoying them and terrifying them and traumatizing them, so they go, are all Vampire players like this? Are all 40k players like this? They're not. They really aren't. Likewise, you as a GM are also a player. So if you've got a player being grotesque, crass, and so forth, just because you're desperate for players doesn't mean you accept that. There are many people, gamers, that feel like they can be accepted. That what they do is accepted because, well, I'm a player like you, I'm a gamer, and you want a gamer. It's like, no, but I don't want you as a gamer if you're going to be like that, and I don't want my other players having to put up with you. So it goes both ways as well.
Yeah, and it's also this whole thing where like the people who are anti X card and anti safety tools basically will always kind of point out, well, what do you do when someone comes up to your table and they fill out one of these forms and they've just said you can't have anything. They've just gone through all of the topics and said no to everything. And it's like, I'm just like, well, in this hypothetical scenario, which will never happen, you would turn around to this person and say, I'm very sorry, I can't run a game like that. Maybe this version of Vampire that I'm running today isn't for you. Go enjoy the rest of your convention. There's no reason why you can't say that. And there's no reason why, if you're setting up to run a campaign and one of your players turns around and says to you, I want to run Vampire, but without any of the without any of the horrific elements in it. I want you to run Vampians for me. And I did know a guy who was like that. I would turn around and say to them, I said, I don't want to run that game, man. And you then negotiate it. It's about negotiation.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely. So we're kind of starting to run low on time here. I really wanted to cover some of the in-game mechanics that exist. Several people have brought up the X card, and essentially what that is it is a card that you put at the table. It has a giant X on it, and anyone can tap it or grab it, or basically say, during a scene, this is a no-go zone, and you can stop, you can just basically pause, talk to everyone, and you can figure out what the issue was, figure out if you need to do a rewind, basically restart the scene, or if you can just kind of fade to black and then just keep the game moving from there. It's elegant, it's easy. It really doesn't disturb the flow of the game, usually, it seems. Although I've actually, fun facts, I have never had anyone use the X card on me, and I've not used the X card on anyone, but I almost did once. I was like ready to lunge for it, and luckily the storyteller, we're playing like City of Mist, and it was like in a game store in the basement, and the storyteller kind of realized like, there was an issue, because I think several other players at the table were also like, we don't like where this is going, and he kind of elegantly just said like, we're just going to move on from here, and that kind of prevented the issue. But it's a very convenient mechanic, and I find when I'm, especially at like convention games, I'm explaining the rules of the game. I find it's really convenient to just slip the X card mechanic in, just as though it is a rule of that game. In fact, it really just should be at this point for most horror games. It should just be a one paragraph little explanation. I find that doing that and having people just accept it as one of the core mechanics of that game that you're playing, or at least the game that you're playing at the table at that time, is a great way to just have it there, have everyone accept it, and if you need it, cool. If you don't need it, awesome. So I think my question could be if anyone has any anecdotes of, if you're comfortable with it, of using the X card, or anything like that.
Well, I've run it. I've used the X. I've had the X card there. I've never needed to tab it myself or had a player tab it. But I've had at least 5 different people come up to me after the games, after the game, and said, "Thank you so much for having the X card. I felt so much better knowing that it was there. I was genuinely worried about, some of the content, and I've was worried certain things would happen to me while I was playing this game, which makes me worry, God, what's happened previously when you played this game? And I probably don't want to know how many answers that question has." Yeah, but no, I'm very happy with the X card. It's no big deal. You explain it to people, as you said, during your preamble, it's there. Just have it. We move on. It's no big deal. And again, if you get people who are like, "Well, I don't want to play with an X card," you're like, "Yeah, cool.
Yep.
Leave. There's other people who want to play."
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Definitely. Crystal, you've probably run the most convention games out of all of us. Have you had any memorable experiences that you would be willing to share? You don't have to, with the X card.
I've actually not had anybody touch it. Like, I've never had it actually used. But like I said, I run very short because I'm generally demoing at a booth, and instead of like actual like running a game, like a scheduled game. So my scenarios tend to be like an hour, maybe an hour and a half at the most. So yeah, like I've never had anybody, but I have had people who are like, "Oh no, I don't want to play with that." I'm like, "Okay, you can leave. You consent to leaving my game. Cool."
Yep. Yeah, definitely. And we also, just kind of as with the X card, we kind of covered Fade to Black, but you as the storyteller can always just say, let's just kind of ease out of this scene and just move on to something else, start a new scene with different content. That's definitely really easy to do. The live action role playing community has also had some really big innovations. As Chris was mentioning, the kind of pause and negotiate and the check-ins are huge, especially for live action role play, because for a long time it was really anathema in that community to ever break immersion. You can't do that. You gotta just keep going the entire time. And like people could like take a break, step out, that sort of thing. However, they really wanted to make sure that there was like a way for people in the middle of a scene to have a way to kind of guide how it was going. And usually the way that happens is you can just say like off game, in the context of a LARP, off game, how are you doing? Is this okay? Can we go this way? And you just have a little quick conversation. It just needs to be a couple sentences. And if everyone's good to go, you can keep moving. There's also non-verbal ways to do that. As Chris was alluding to, you could do check-ins with, thumbs up or the okay sign. If people are not okay, then just say thumbs down, and that person can just leave the scene, walk out of the place, and the like, which is a really great way in the middle of a kind of intense tabletop role-playing scene to just kind of check in with people. You just give them a thumbs up, make sure they're okay. If they also give you a thumbs up, you can just keep moving. Although I feel like in the context of tabletop RPGs, it's a lot easier to just kind of pause things and just have that discussion. Do any of you have any extra insight into these sort of, check-ins in the middle of a game?
Not really. I think the most important thing is just the other thing is, if you're playing tabletop RPGs and you're running a regular session of your game, or if you're running a convention game that's going on for like about maybe 3 hours, you're naturally going to need breaks in there, and that's always a good point. Everyone's going to need to get maybe go to the go to the restroom, the toilet, whatever. Grab a drink, and that's always a good point to check in and just you can just have a bit of banter about the previous scene. That's a great way of just reading the room, but it's not within game. It's a natural break in the game. That's what I would generally do. And then, as Crystal said, I've run a few games with that are very short, and I think at the end is checking in with the players. Because also, if you're running them at a booth, the reason you're checking in is also to make sure, are they going to buy this game? That's self-serving, but you're also trying to. That's for me has been really important because I'm trying to reassess the demo I've run and tune it even more, especially when you're trying to cram the best part of a 3-hour demo into a 1-hour demo space. Which Make Blood Boil has some great stuff in there that allows it to get the main meat of it works for a demo game like that. So I think that's all I've ever done. Plus, you can also with a break like that is a good point where you could potentially retcon a scene if you feel that scene didn't go as you wanted, or maybe. This is generally for gaming anyway. You forgot to tell them a piece of information that was really important for the rest of the game. And you should have learned this. We have to retcon. We're not perfect. We don't have. We can't do multiple takes on a game. So by all means, retcon it. And I'm sure they do retcons and stuff on all these recorded stream games that you see because they want to deliver the best looking game possible for you, and they only have a certain amount of time both to film and cut and edit and do all the other stuff they have to do.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
All right, so we only have about 3 minutes left right here, so we got to wrap things up real quick. But I think a major point that we all want to make is that, in the context of horror games, you might mess up, and that's a-okay. That's all right.
You're going to mess up. It's not. Yeah, might's not. It'll happen at some juncture. You're human.
Yeah, definitely. I was hoping to include a story of mine from way back in the day that we could all sit down and analyze, but we don't have time for that. But does anyone have any, just insightful, inspiring points to kind of close us out on with regard to horror games, messing up and recovering, or just bringing things home?
Well, look. As I said, trying to get an air of horror and an air of tension in the game, you are working incredibly hard to essentially form a soap bubble. It's something, and it's something very, very beautiful, but very fragile and can be broken like that. So just don't beat yourself up too much if it doesn't happen or if it doesn't quite happen the way it will. Even if it's something that you're actively thinking about and actively working for, then I think that's enough.
Awesome. Cool. So I think just to kind of wrap things up here, we can all just kind of, let people know where they can find us. I have basically no social media, but I do this podcast, Darker Days Radio, which you can find at darker-days.org. You can tweet us at Darker Days Radio. And we're doing right now a pretty sweet Wrath and Glory game, Warhammer 40,000 setting, over on Gehenna Gaming's Twitch channel, which Chris is the storyteller for. And you can definitely check out our content there if you want to see more or hear more of this kind of discussion. We do a lot of storytelling advice, player advice, and the like. Pete, where can people find you?
They can find me on Twitter, where I am at Peter John Mars. They can find me on Instagram, where I'm posting all sorts of hilarious things, where I'm also at Peter John Mars. And in the real world, when we are no longer locked down, I am at most Melbourne-based gaming conventions, probably running Vampire and or Alien.
Awesome. And Crystal, where can people find you or even check out your work?
So you can check out my work at thegeekypanda.com, and there are links to all my social media on there.
Awesome. And Chris, how about you?
Obviously there is www.darker-days.org, which is of course where we all podcast, and you will find also links from there to the Storyteller Vault content, which all of us but Pete so far has written on, but we will get Pete on something I'm sure in future. And that is all Chronicles of Darkness content that covers stuff like secret frequency files, which is like folklore, myths, legends put into your game, or their original scenarios for Chronicles of Darkness and setting material, setting like Paris or Venice.
Awesome. Very good. And to all the viewers out there, please enjoy your PAX Online, and we all hope that you learned some really great stuff today during this panel. Take it easy.